Hello and welcome to the season finals BOL. Oh, I can hear myself. Hold on.
I
There
think
we
that's
go.
just a Discord thing.
Yeah, sorry, I could hear myself looping and it was throwing me off a lot, but it is time for BOL Premier Finals Season 3 where I think for the first time Elysium have missed the finals and maybe likewise for TSI. I don't quite remember Season 1 as I was not here for it, but it is Monkeys and Conduit. We are guaranteed a new champion. I'm Box Kimchi. This is Rue on my left, on your side. I don't know which side it is for me. And Monkeys going through the upper bracket, opting to the blue side, as Conduit have made miracles happen. 3-2 over the Spire, 3-1 over Elysium, 3-1 over Final Boss, and one last hurdle as the Monkeys will take the Monkey King to start off this series.
What a hell of a run, first of all. Before we even start this series, Conduit, to get to this point, it has been an amazing performance from them. Journeying from the fifth seed, we were questioning if they were going to bounce back from being put down there after it was such a heartbreaking method of even being put into that position. But they've had such a good lower bracket run, right? As you say, beating out all these top teams along the way. Spire, Elysium, Final Boss, 3 out of the top four seeds. They just have to defeat now the actual final boss in the Monkeys to be able to finish off this miracle run and win out and BOL Prem. Monkeys, on the other hand, they've had maybe the more like traveled down path, right? They are definitely the favorites you'd assume coming into this series, but Conduit have shown they can beat just about anybody. We'll see if they can finish off today taking Jax Caitlyn. Very interesting
Oh,
to a Wukong.
give Nasian Jax, you give So Easy Jax. I don't really think it matters to that extent, but it's a deadly pick. But they're gonna respond to the cape with the Varus, and I don't know what they're gonna pair with it here. They kind of can freeball it or even blind mid if they so choose. I don't know if I like blind mid. Actually, no Ari. Maybe get Ori for Wukong to kind of secure
I
that
mean,
engage. They're
I
gonna
think
take
you
the
can
poke
drop
comp.
mid.
They're gonna take the evil poke comp. They hate this
Yeah,
team.
I think you can drop mid here. There's plenty of mid laners that work with Wukong, right? You don't necessarily have to be peaking at the same time as him. You can be one of those later mage champions where if the game makes it 35-40, then you're in a great position. You can also be playing as one of these more aggressive early game champions. They typically do a little bit better with a Wukong, but they might do slightly worse into what Conduit are hovering here with the Victor and the Oriana. So you've got to work that out yourselves now as the Monkeys. But things like Annie come to mind. Ari, of course, banned away. But I think that there's more than enough to just drop and take a Karma, which is going to be very annoying for Conduit to deal with, and also takes that away from Conduit as well.
Maybe could have gone with the Lux. I might just be too carrier pilled. I'm a big carrier enjoyer, so I like seeing his Lux because he just makes. I swear he has like magnetic skill shots. Someone has to like check
Sometimes it feels
his.
like a nerf.
Someone has to check his hardware because he might be scripting like with how many skill shots he hits on every champion. It's kind of nuts actually. As Mordekaiser going to be banned away, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting the Hui to an extent can outpoke the Ari. Eventually, just outshoves her. Fine, incredible
Are they
team fight
really
synergy.
protect banning? Are they
They're protecting
protecting
the.
for a Scion?
They could be as Vagar's going to go away. Nice little ban there. I think everyone hates Vagar, honestly, at this point. Everyone's kind of tired of his shenanigans.
I'm very surprised that Mordekaiser ban's really sticking out from the Monkeys.
It is actually.
It's signaling that they actually are
They
somewhat
want to
scared of
opt into
having a
the
Mordekaiser
Scion.
into a Scion. Is not the best thing for a Scion. We've seen that matchup honestly
Oh,
go
we've
both
seen it
ways.
twice. And I think we did see it go the other way until it didn't go the other way.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess fair
Leona.
enough. And it allows Conduit to now kind of take their top line if they want to. If they just want to take a tank. Scion's even more appealing than he typically would be if you just want to go that direction. This is, of course, new patch because we're on Wednesday.
No luck.
Uh, no lock, and Scion is still
Ooh.
OP, or you can just take support. I mean, anything
He's
works.
still OP. Even on life patch, he's still OP. He got like the smallest slap on the wrist ever. It didn't even matter. But they're gonna go with the Nautilus, the Leona ban away. I don't even know the last time I saw a Leona Caitlyn, honestly. I'm thinking back 2015, actually 2016, if you're ancient like me and remember it getting picked by misfits of all teams. Is Ziggs going to be taken mid? Not really where you see Ziggs, but it beats Orianna. It's all that matters in this
Yeah.
case.
I mean, the matchup's looking very nice for the Monkeys right now. It's difficult to guarantee a winning top side when
I mean, they
Conduit
get
have the
Sion
counter
for
pick up
free.
there, but they do
Yes.
have Sion for free. So,
Like when you pick
I mean,
Ornn,
that's
it doesn't
basically
even
a winning
win.
top side.
Like, they got rid of Mord. They kind of heavy telegraph what they wanted, and they still get it. Jax Aatrox, he doesn't. They're not gonna care. Both of those matchups are more than okay as long as you can survive.
Well, we did see a lack of survival recently for an Aatrox into Sion here in Blue Otter. So maybe that's the path they're looking for in this case. Game in question, I believe Aatrox got up to like 11 kills way too quickly and just ran over the game.
I will get looking.
But I'm struggling to remember if that was in Prem or if that was elsewhere. I think it may have actually been in BOL Diamond, but it was not a good time at all.
Looks like it was game 4 Conduit. Noodles went 13, 7, and 6 on Aatrox.
That's a difference to what I was thinking though, because he did that into a cannon.
Did do that into a cannon. I remember. I know there was 2 more Scions. I don't know if there was Aatrox Scion though.
I might be thinking of I might be thinking of a Diamond match. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Aatrox.
I may be muddying the waters somewhat.
Scion matchup anywhere. I remember a lot of shenanigans happening, but that was not one of them.
Yeah, but I have seen this in my recent memory go very Aatrox favored, even though it doesn't really feel like it should. The Scion has so many things to mitigate. The Scion has so many ways to just not die. It kind of feels like it's a question for the Scion of how much do you want to give this Aatrox. And if you give him nothing before you get 800 gold, then you're probably fine. You're back for Bramble Vest, and he doesn't exist anymore. So I think Monkeys got themselves a very nice looking draft here. 2 lanes that should be pretty comfortable. The Varus Karma has such disgusting poke, just got to avoid that engage angle from the Nautilus. Ziggs into Orianna, as you mentioned, is nice enough for the Ziggs. There's not many things that do all too well into Orianna, but Ziggs can be one of them. Top lane's looking pretty tasty as well. I'm kind of worried for Conduit, but they do have their own angles as well, right?
They do. They have, I mean, obviously catch out here. They're kind of hoping to probably fish, no pun intended, with that Nautilus later on, get a pick, because that's kind of what you need to do here. Conduit have a good team fighting comp. Unfortunately, it is into a comp that is very good at playing team fights without actually being involved. Like Karma, Varus, Ziggs can just let the Wukong and Sion go forwards, and they just sit in the back lines, super hitting you for all your HP. And Conduit, full engage comp doesn't really work well into Sion in general. So I'm looking at the range. You got to go all forwards. Caitlyn can hit from pretty far away, I guess, but she's not getting through a Sion by herself. And she definitely does not output Ziggs Varus damage. And Wukong's a lot easier to get into the backline than Jax, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too dissimilar, I guess. It's all about the range of the E forwards from the Wukong and then the ward jump from the Jax. It's not too dissimilar, but the flank angles oftentimes will favor the Jax more because he has that much extra survivability. Like, the ability to just press Counter-Strike and use that time to eat up the distance is that difference that you're looking for. If the Karma gets the tether on early enough, maybe there's a way to peel in that regard. But I feel like Monkeys, from their lane phase, will be looking to come out ahead through that early, maybe 5-10 minutes into this one, and they should be trying to snowball their lead from that point onwards. I feel like they have the tools at their disposal. They now just need to make them work.
Well, we think that the Monkeys have won the draft. They've drafted for the lane, but Conduit have drafted for a death ball late game. Will the Monkeys get their lane advantages and cruise this one into an easy game 1 win, or will Conduit continue the winning ways with their team fighting? We will have to see. Game 1 is right after this. Don't go anywhere.
To break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Yeah! I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too
And it is time for game number 1 of the finals as we are unknowingly staring each other down. Wasn't what I was expecting to come into, but here we are.
I mean, just normal things, right? Just
Yeah.
look straight into your opponent's eyes. Game 1 of a best of 5, the finals of BOL Prem. Whether you know you're staring each other down or not, this is going to be a battle not just of who blinks first, but also I suspect of who's going to blink last as well. This is, as with most best of 5s, not going to be decided just off the one game, right? It can have a big
You
impact,
never know.
but it won't be the be-all and end-all.
Unless it mental booms them that hard. We've seen some series have close game 1s, and then the other team just mental booms after that, and they're like, well, this is the best we got.
Yeah. Let's hope for the not that
Let's hope
version
for not
today.
that, but...
Especially in a
both-
final, it feels like that's rarer.
Conduit definitely has no quit. They started in lower bracket and just have battled their way up here. The Monkeys have surprisingly cruised this way, like all this way so far.
Yeah, I mean, we hinted at it earlier, but their run has been kind of as clean as it gets, right? Take as the 2 seed,
They dropped.
you could argue could have been cleaner. Could have been cleaner if they got the 1 seed. They dropped a couple of series in the regular season, but they make it through comfortably as one of those top 4 seeds, which you always aim for. As Nautilus can land, but probably not for the best. Welcome to Karma.
No, never mind. I was gonna
The
talk
first
about
playoff series, they get through easily against the Spire. A 3-1 comfortable victory again over Final Boss. I mean, it almost feels like they're yet to be challenged, which is scary to say of a team in the finals.
That is definitely not what you want to hear as Conduit coming into this. Oh yeah, this team, they've kind of just waltzed here. They swept their first opponent and dropped a single game in the playoffs. They're also coming in white hot before that, so good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck. Indeed, going to be required, I think, for both teams. As Maxwell's taking a very aggressive trade here as the Scion does hit level 4 first, because Noodles has a massive wave to clear, but how much is the wave going to matter compared to HP of the Scion not being there?
Yeah, unfortunately, Doran's helm did just get nerfed. Its armor and magic resist did get dropped. It might just be armor getting dropped, but the shield is still huge. It got some extra HP on top of it. Needs the decimating smash to go through, but is it going to get it? It's first blood to Noodles for 2. The support turned top laner has been tearing it up these playoffs and continues a very strong run. Solo killing probably maybe best? Contending for best player in the league this season?
Maxwell's been up there. I think a shortlist could definitely be made, and he'd have to be on it. But plays like that, not really indicative of someone in that position. Just taking way too many trades there as the Scion. Aatrox is not your typical Scion matchup. You don't just aura farm him to death. You actually are going to lose if you take an all-in, especially when he has Conqueror. Your first death, if you are going to be taking a first death, needs to be with 800 gold on that base. You need to have a Bramble Vest. Otherwise, you TP back, and now you're going to be off tempo unless you can get this pushed in very quickly, get your extra 200, and then get the Bramble Vest.
The hook, I was like, oh, hook connects and doesn't matter because jungle is karma. Yeah, but I did briefly mention it. They reduced the resistances, bumped the HP, which is nice for Scion, but you don't have the Bramble Vest quite yet, so you can't.
You got it now.
Yeah, it does have it now, thankfully, but as you mentioned, just really hard to trade someone with so much innate healing in their kit without any kind of anti-heal.
Well, it should be a little bit more achievable now for Baxel, at the very least, but he has kindly spotted his opposing top laner a casual wave and a half lead and the first blood, so anticipate kind of 600-700 gold advantage for this Aatrox through the early game. Could have a large impact later, could have very minimal. That's the other thing with Aatrox, is that it's not just the lane that's going to matter, it's also how you then play that out through the rest of this game. If Baxel keeps on walking up, he's down XP.
Baxel just hitting the demons with the decimating smash is going to get chunked big style right there by the Aatrox. I mean, cuts through the shield at that point. He was landing absolutely nothing.
It's a very awkward early lane phase here for Baxel, especially being a mana champion into someone that doesn't have anything of the sort, right? Zero resource for the Aatrox. He can just keep on pressing his abilities once they're ready, and he will keep on pressing those abilities once they're ready. Gets the wave as well as fun.
Oh, into the shockwave, tried to buffer the hook with the satchel, but he's gonna have to end up burning his flash for all his troubles. And they really didn't pay anything. Like, Kate was already gonna get pushed in against Varus Karma. They burned Ignite. And Shockwave, that's about the best angle we're looking at right now, is Nation not gonna go for the dragon here, as they do need to secure this push, actually.
I am somewhat surprised that it was actually that ineffective, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like that should have done a whole lot more, with the Nautilus getting into range, hitting the hook, getting the Shockwave to connect as well. I'm surprised that Lost Time was able to actually just escape that with the flash, as now they are both teams looking at this Drake, and both junglers at level 5 though, means I probably favor the Jax in this type of situation.
Well, they aren't quite letting Conduit rotate up, but Jonquil getting chunked insane here as Coop is getting chunked likewise. Mega Inferno Bomb gonna find really no damage, but these Qs are going in, but Nation going forward has to get the flash out of Coop, but it's too much damage coming in from these dual carries, Lost Times and Emerge.
Are you still doing the Drake?
Looking to turn it, they can't though. They're trying to finish the Dragon, but Nation is still alive, has the smite available, but they're just turning onto him. They just put him down. The stacks, he doesn't smite in time. And the stacks of the W are going to give them extra damage for Emerge to pick up an unofficial double kill there. 3 for 1 on that play for the Monkeys.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Conduit commit that third, like as soon as Nation commits, he's always going to be a 3 for 1, but you'd back him to get the Drake in that situation. He has 1,000 smite instead of the 600 Cooper had. Bear in mind, Cooper was still dead as well. It's 1,000 damage smite against 0 damage smite. He just has to pick his time. He can see from the banana brush exactly how low that Drake is. He went a little bit early, but when he died, absolutely, he had the time to get that pretty comfortably in the end. Ends up just kind of misreading the situation and doesn't help him out at all. Now, you just takes up to level 6 now off his red buff at kind of minute 8. Not as impactful of a level 6 time as the Wukong, but not getting that Drake is absolutely massive, especially for a Caitlyn lane as well. It's just not something you needed on top of everything else for Conduit right now. Top lane still going well, but also their mid lane gets a kill with 2 assists. Emerge starting to really pop off himself as well as this Varus, very close to his Ghost Blade. And the Caitlyn's not really in sight either. Those 2 kills to Varus matter a lot.
Getting started on, especially because it's that lethality, Varus just getting the big damage that comes with lethality items, and that armor cut before, the flat armor cut before anyone really starts getting any tanky items, because there's no actual real tanks that aren't named Nautilus in this game on the side of Conduit. That means just Varus going to continue to free fire, bully this Caitlyn even harder on a champ that needs to scale, no less. Like, Caitlyn needs time. If she doesn't get that early lead like we see from Emerge right now, she's going to be sitting in lane longer. She's going to be spending a lot of time under her tower, because this Varus is going to continue just shoving these waves, and Emerge and Jonquil should be able to not only just take 2v2s pretty much whenever they want now, but should be able to control and get map pressure off of this. And you can see already, Jonquil busy on a potential roam, but going to head back to lane since mid's not looking
He's just
enticing.
shadowing. Coop was looking for a blue buff. He's just got a ward on it to see when Asian goes for his own, but he didn't quite think he had the numbers advantage to just play that. 2v2, it's very risky.
Derision has no flash. Derision has Ghost, but he's going to get caught by the Cyclone. Isn't even going to throw it. The Shockwave isn't enough. The Mega Inferno Bomb and passive auto going to get Lost Times a second kill. And this is the, I mean, that's the early tempo, I guess, they've just gained from that first dragon fight, plus some gold. Being immediately turned into... Oh, Barrier Force perfectly timed there.
Late barrier. He took the damage first.
He did, okay. Barrier was cosmetic. It's about
it was a very cosmetic barrier. He survived, which is the most important part. If Emerge had his first item spike, maybe it's a different conversation entirely, but not quite there yet on the Varus, so maybe after this base, he very well could be. There it is. Just a humongous advantage now for Emerge over Chrome. And now he doesn't have the barrier either. you have so much less threat, especially pre-flash from Chrome. You have a minute where Emerge can land any Chains of Corruption. It's probably just a kill.
This is a tight wire that they walk now in the bot lane, as they will get Nation's first item through, gets that Dusk and Dawn. Jax loves it even more since they just changed the item to be better for him. This item might be a little bit of a problem, but it is matched by the Sundered Sky, which is an item of equal, maybe, brokenness.
Yeah, I always find it interesting to see what Wukongs want to go first. That's kind of like one of those age-old dilemmas. What, do you want the Triforce? Do you want the Sundered Sky? Both. You kind of have their time and place, but because this time Cooper wanting to go a little bit tankier instead of having more damage, but you can just make another play on Sterison.
Derison, still no flash, has the shockwave available as Jungkook will flash for flash with Nation there. The CC, I think Nation was just out of range. As we can see, the mid play didn't go anywhere, but just out of range of the Q. Had a flash into leap strike range, and by then the root had worn off, so Jungkook is able to flash to safety. And I mean, as Karma, you're kind of fine with that trade. Like, getting a very important engage flash in for a usually defensive one.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. I mean, it's very. Oh, I dare say desperate already from the Jax. I mean, that was. It's kind of scary to see him feel the necessity to go for a play that was kind of unlikely to really get any impact, especially when both bot laners have their flash. If it's onto Merge and you're trading that flash, then it's a little bit better, but he's further back. He's playing the Varus, he's allowed to be further back, and as a result, now you're just giving up across the rest of the Rift, right? You're not contesting this Drake. It was going to be difficult to, at the best times, especially item types being hit for the most part, or the Monkeys, Conduit not being quite there yet. You don't get a cross mount because there are no camps for Coop in the top side yet either. They're spawning about 10 seconds. Wukong's going to get up there just in time. Like, you don't get anything back as the Jax. You end up just losing everywhere and getting a crab for your grief.
And now, I mean, couldn't even go for a cross map because Baxel was just in control of that 1v1. You see the CS is completely neutralized from a wave and a half advantage to pretty much nothing. Gonna fluctuate between that 7 and probably around 2 to 3, assuming good farming. Baxel 300 gold down on Sion. What, he gets an extra armor? He's ahead. He's behind on items. No, he's ahead on items right now because Baxel is actually committing to this Thornmail. But you're not really winning. Like, that's kind of the thing you need in a Sion match. You need to win big, because if you're even with Sion, you're losing.
Yeah, I'm not willing to say he's committing to a Thornmail just yet. I think he may be going something else. But that is sneaky from Nation.
That's
standing in the tri-brush. Cooper airing towards the top side. Smite versus no smite. Unfortunate, as Chrome's also forced to flash down in the bot side away from a Chains of Corruption of Emerge. But I think he's going Unending Despair. That'll be what I go towards. If he
does
goes
have
Iceborne Gauntlet,
he does have haste, so it could be that. I don't know why he would go Iceborne Gauntlet here.
I'm trying to work out the ability.
Unfortunately, Chain Vest Glowing Moat could be like half of the items in the game.
Yeah, that's true. I was trying to nail it down to one thing because of it, but it really can be quite wide. But at any rate, another play onto mid.
Going to all in here, but Nation's not in position for an answer, and yeah, you just saw it doesn't even get him push. Lost Times just cues the wave and is perfectly safe. As Baxel is juking like a machine right now. He's actually beautifully reading where Noodles wants to place these cues.
He's doing a great job up there in the top side, but the whole way through.
This is their greedy play, as a hugely greedy reset. Going to flash for flash here, but Ace in the hole, the barrier's enough, and Barolo, other BA, isn't actually going to be able to lock him down, and Coop with the double Cyclone and piercing arrow turns the 2v1. It was all a ruse. He meant to do this.
Sure, if you say so.
He knew he was covered at least. That he could maybe make a
He did have the ability to scream for help, and help came. I'll give you that much.
Doesn't get him a kill.
I mean, that was just a greedy baser emerge, but not quite the right read from Barolo, unfortunately. Has very little vision on the bot side. He did look so tasty, and punishing that greedy base was a nice way to start it. As soon as you get that flash, unfortunately, that's kind of where you have to settle right now. Caitlyn at the one item, very little AD. The ultimate really did not do much. Just, we saw Emerge just barriered away. It didn't even get through the whole barrier. Like that's kind of the level we're talking about right now. You get double subs out of the Varus, that's nice, but it's not enough to be investing a kill and double sums of your support for you. Like it's just a bit of an overcommit into play that wasn't quite there, even though it looked it.
I mean, sometimes you just have to ask, why is the enemy ADC or enemy mid laner so willing to just base in the middle of lane after getting a single wave of push? And sometimes it's just their junglers. I mean, sometimes it is they are just absolutely lazy resetting, but the other times it's their junglers right behind them. They're gonna flash to them and make a play off it. And unfortunately, you took like an 80-20 bet and you got the 20. It seems.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mean, at least you have somewhat reestablished yourself in the game as a whole, right? We're talking before about how sad this bot lane was potentially looking when those 2 kills went down for Emerge, when he was constantly getting that push, when Chromolone was especially getting chunked out as well. Is a very different game state from what we're seeing actually right now, where the Caitlyn is getting a lot of the push. They've got 4 plates in this bot lane, and I reckon overall that's probably equalized the overall gold lead for bot lane. We see at the top, it's not necessarily reflected. That seems a lot more through mid jungle.
Okay, Vaxel will just back off Noodles as they've stabilized the lane condition, as you said, and that's kind of the best they can ask for. They do have a lot of plates. If they can get that first plate in gold, would be pretty nice. It doesn't seem like anyone's really making a case for it, which is usually why you would put the Ziggs here. It's way easier to get pushed in bot lane than it is in mid.
They're really late on this rotate timer.
Oh, Lost Times is just resetting now.
Yeah, he got cancelled in his base in mid.
Doesn't even tell.
He was late to go anyway.
Yeah, he was late anyway. Like, Noodles can reset now because Noodles has teleport. Lost Times has to walk from spawn. That whole distance.
It's a very early walk up from Chrome as well. He hasn't gone for the tower. I think that's a macro misplay there from Conduit. They could have got this bot tier 1, got that first brick as we were talking about. Instead, they try and walk up to look around the Drake. I understand why you want to get the mid push. You want to go for this Drake. I get it. But bot tier 1's so important.
Holy cow, so much healing off of that one auto attack through the anti-heal, but I mean, Noodles has no ulti now. The Herald goes absolutely nowhere, gets destroyed by Caitlyn and Jax. But now, if Noodles wants to teleport into this play, he's a lot less scary as the World Ender, and instead, just as Boris, angry man.
Jax will face TP as well if he really wants to force it. Is this Chemtech's sole point?
Too.
It all depends on whether he wants to leave the Aatrox alone with his turret for a little bit. If Conduit just want to give this up, I think it's a really nice idea. If they just give up this Drake entirely, drop mid, play sides, because you can get top tier 2, top tier 1, and bot tier 1 right now. Instead, they're going to play mid and they're going to lose.
Absolutely caught. No flash goes out, and he's going to die just barriering as double Cyclones come through. Emerge with the snipe on the piercing arrow, and why are you teleporting in here, Noodles? The play's long gone, and the side lane angle is super dead as they just give up soul point for some kills as well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? That was the macro opportunity that Conduit had. It's so difficult to realize in the moment. Can we afford to give up Chemtech's soul point at 19 minutes, 18 minutes? I don't know. It's a soul point on the one hand, but it's a Chemtech soul point.
Chemtech, who cares?
Like, it's not that bad. What is much worse is the situation they've now crafted for themselves, where they find themselves down 3,500 gold, still up against said Chemtech Soul, and also losing first brick in bot lane.
And you know with Ziggs that once a turret's down, that's not just that turret. Sluna not like very slowly but surely, Lost Times is going to get his hands all over your turrets because he just destroys them. I don't know if he's going the tech where you max it second to maximize your turret annoyances, but like soon enough, he's going to be able to take these down 30-40% HP, as Heaven and Earth can't stop that hook, but Barolo does not want to be here. Look at how much damage he's done to Emerge. It's not even a 2v2, it's a 2v1, because Chromalone's clearing wave, and it's going to be a triple stack kill. The Blight is so strong. That's 2 items, even without the Muramana finished.
Yeah, let's have a yikes on that one.
Yeah, that is a yikes moment.
I understand what you're looking for. It's again, it's tempting to look at the fact that you have a 2v2 and you finally can use the engage. This is mean.
This is evil. Flash finally burned. I think they could have layered that a little bit better, but it's okay. It's not really like crazy cooldowns. They get the, I mean, is that even, no, that was just Karma Shield. Holy cow.
Not even a mantra Karma Shield, just a Karma
That
Shield.
was just a regular Karma Shield, and it ate the whole...
An uninspired Karma Shield.
Uninspired Karma Shield ate the whole thing and then some. Is crazy as... Oh, Noodles is very caught. You can see these rotations. Cooper has the double Cyclone available, as we'll just have to try and get this tower. He's going to start running. Lost time's a little early on this play, but Noodles... Actually, his Flash could get out of here.
The Varus can't walk up to stop him.
Yep, mistiming the just a little bit of mistiming there. They do end up giving over that tower as well. So a good amount of cashback. That's a tower and 3 plates on the side of Conduit. That's something. It's not nothing.
It's something, absolutely. But it's capitalizing on enemies' mistakes as opposed to making the plays your own. Still very important, but we're now in the phase of the game where unless there are many more mistakes to be made by monkeys, you're going to have to find a play of your own right now.
They got Baxel's Flash. It's not really meaningful,
Nice.
but they got it.
It's a positive. Doesn't cost anything.
They are gonna. Well, it's gonna cost them this
It does cost
tower
them
as it's
2-1.
satchel time. So they do give up a lot of the.
They retract the previous
pretty much
statement. It cost top 2-1.
That entire top lane play does get, or that top tower does get pretty much canceled out. They do have that mid advantage though, as Baxel should just leave this fight pretty fine.
I mean, he has that in despair. He might be able to out-sustain the Aatrox, which is kind of
Oh, he
disgusting to say.
did.
Mainly because Noodles doesn't have ultimate just yet. World Ender, a couple more seconds of cooldown.
He's not gonna be able to get to the tower for safety though. As you can see, Noodles booking it to it. Doesn't proc
But the minions are out of range. The minions are out of range!
You can't do that! Overcommitting didn't let the wave get to the tower, so he can't proc the crystalline growth. It is gonna put Cooper on a rampage. On a killing spree,
Oh,
sorry.
no.
3 kills in a row. Oh.
Oh, that's just sad.
You
That,
saw it on Baxel. He just turns to Decimating Smash the wave. He says, okay, go for the crystalline growth that you can't proc, stupid. See what happens.
it looks so close to being allowed as well. The range of backdoor protection has just been revealed to me, personally. I thought it would extend to the minions being a little bit closer, but
Nope.
apparently the minions, even when they're just about to walk into turret range, don't quite proc it. And it is absolutely heartbreaking there for Noodles. We saw 3 auto attacks just in a row, consecutively failing to proc. And he's just ends up forced into taking the death. Does get the turret, so it's not all doom and gloom. But it's another net equal play when it could have been a net positive play. You find yourself down 5k gold now, as that is a good trap to at least avoid that engage from Cooper, who probably should have not done that, but it's okay. It's still a 5k advantage, and you're now 30 seconds from
It's
assault.
still good. It's still good. Oh boy. Barolo is just not supposed to be there. Nice flash from Emerge. Still gonna get hit by the depth charge, but the chains connect onto Barolo. A nice ult into the back line from Lost Times. It's gonna be 2 already down as Noodles needs to play hero as his whole team is getting zoned, but he is getting locked down. Emerge is not even stressed as Baxel 2v1s in the back line.
Now, if that isn't a top champ diff, I don't know what the hell is.
Scion
This Aatrox
moment.
has been doing, like, this Aatrox was doing pretty well throughout this game. Got the early kill, got the first blood, had advantages, end up getting his turret before his turret goes down, and
You're not
then
Scion, though.
Scion. Yeah,
You're
he's
not
just
Scion.
got Scion, absolutely. And
The rule.
it's sad to see when a Scion does things like that. The Aatrox must feel so disheartened because you feel like you've done everything right. It's just the rest of your team cannot compete with Baxel at 2 items, and even the rest of the monkeys don't even have anti-heal. 1v4 with World Ender is a touch too far at most points
At
of the
this
game,
phase.
especially
At this phase, especially.
yes.
Yes.
right now. Nation,
Oh, back Nation. Oh, almost
why
got
has
it.
the
It goes.
Scion got that?
Because it was a smite. Cooper didn't have smite.
Cooper didn't have smite.
Cooper didn't have smite. Nation smites, and it left it at 100.
I don't like that, but I guess it worked.
Maybe he did, because double.
I
When
think
you have
Cooper may have
multiple
early
timers,
smited.
yeah, I think Cooper early smited. Nation smited after, so they both smited at the wrong time.
Yeah, Nations might when he got into the pit, but it couldn't quite.
Did Cooper smite Nasia?
I don't know. I think Cooper
Couldn't get a good look at it.
might
There
need
was
to
so
look at
much...
that smite again.
Someone
where we'd go with
smited the
that
wrong...
one.
I think one of them smited... Okay, it was Hex Flash. No, that was regular Flash. You don't have Hex
That
Flash.
was a flash.
You're Flash queuing for a spell-shielded Varus.
It's desperation.
It is desperation as Derizen. You can't be there. Nice shockwave, but it is not gonna save you. 7-0 for a merge on the Varus. 3.5 items now. He is so damn deadly. He hasn't even drank his last tonic. He's still holding on to it.
It's useful to hold on to that. That's extra adaptive power, you know.
It is, yeah. It is like
whole
10
minutes
adaptive.
worth as well.
It's like 10 adaptive or something.
It's like a longsword.
It is basically a long sword, and it gives you gold at the end of it.
Like,
It's awesome. As maybe a nice engage there. They're only gonna find Cooper though. Nice healing, but the Mega Inferno Bomb does so much and then teleport into everybody. The Ziggs and Varus are so deadly, and Baxel isn't even getting touched. Cooper finally gonna get a multi-kill in his pocket, and the monkeys are gonna put this Nexus on ice. It is up to Derizen, who just respawned to save it. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. It's time to run at the Robo Girl, and having to flee immediately. Flash Q, it's back on cooldown, and the monkeys 21-2 stomp Conduit in game 1 of the finals.
So we were talking at the start of this game about not losing the series in game 1. We were talking about not losing through a mental boom after a game.
So
If ever you were going to mental boom after a game 1 of a finals, it will be that game 1 of a finals. May I draw your attention, if you please, to the damage charts that we get to see there at the bottom of our screen. You will notice 3 very sad numbers. First of all, Nasion's damage number. That's probably the saddest one.
Low-key.
That guy has like 70 damage per minute. I don't think I've ever seen a jungler have that low damage per minute before and still have a kill.
I don't think I've seen
and
a
not be given an
champion have
FK
that
warning.
low. I don't think I've seen a champion have that low. Like, even Yuumi gets into the couple thousand damage over the course of a game. And a good Yuumi is, like, in the tens of thousands.
The next sad number to look at is Chrome Alone's damage chart, which is technically better than Nasion's.
It is about 3,000.
But he's an ADC with 4,000 damage after 27 minutes. It's not good enough. It's just not enough for Conduit. If they want to win this series, some things have got to change, especially around jungle and bot lane for this. You need a bigger black box. You need to like.
You need to cover
up a bit more
the
than that.
cover the entire screen at that point.
We need to be able to like casual draw on the screen. You know, just like
Yes, we
just
need to-
scribble that out.
we need to tell we need to tell his caster so we can draw on the screen and be like, ignore this, ignore this. I mean,
The
John
third sad
Cool-
number I want to point out is
Oh.
actually how many assists there were in this game from Conduit. They had 2 assists. Have you ever seen a team have 2 assists without it being a perfect game against them? I don't think I've ever seen a number as low as 2.
well, yeah,
for
because it
assist.
would be 0. So.
Oh yeah, as I
I mean-
say, if it's not a perfect game, have you ever seen 2?
Oh, I've not seen a number that low in. Oh, I don't even know if I've ever. I don't think I've seen that in solo queue. Like, when I get curve stomp in solo queue, one of us accidentally fluke our way into like 6 team fight kills. Like, it's so. It's just. The bleeding started early at that dragon fight, and they never found an angle to pull it back. That was one of their 2 kills. One was a 3v1, 3 for 1, and the other was. Was it them? It was the solo kill.
Yeah, solo kill top lane, and then
Those 2 assists were on the same play.
yeah, and that's the scary thing about assists is that you can get 4 assists for 1 kill, and they have 2 assists total in 27 minutes. Conduit need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off, and find a way to turn the series around. Otherwise, we could be out of here in like 50 minutes.
Hey, short and sweet sometimes is the way to do it.
It'd be great for the monkeys. Yeah, it'd be great for the monkeys if they manage to finish off.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll see if they're able to when we get into game number 2's draft. We'll be back after this.
Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
And we are quickly back after that very short break. These teams getting straight to the point. And speaking of really quick, fast bans and fast jinx B1 for Monkeys. I think we've seen this we saw this from the last series they played, if I'm not mistaken.
I will fact check that, but one of the fastest champions in the game, if allowed to get to that point, a couple of
Silver's not
resets
banned,
away
though.
from being Olympic sprinter, is the
Hyper carry
Jinx.
v hyper carry. I mean, another
Mhm.
Oh, boo, boo, DFG Smolder or Deathfire, DFT. It's not the same. DFG was such a better acronym, but I thought we were gonna get the other champion with the move speed passive in Sivir. We didn't. We get everyone's least favorite Dragon Apprentice, the mama's boy himself, Smolder.
I'm just having a look back through. It looks like it was a Jinx game too in Monkey's previous series against Final Boss. You are nailed on. B1 was what they went for, and
They probably
it's
went
happening
B1
again.
on it, I would guess.
They lock it in instantly, and
They know this ship is.
I mean, they know exactly what they're doing, right? Monkeys throughout this whole season have been very much so focused around playing for bot lane because Emerge is one of the best players in the league, and if you give him the resources, he will pay it back. He doesn't
it was
have
just
to be on
Zeri.
the Zeri. He can be on anything. Hyper carries are great
Timo.
for him.
Hyper carry Timo. Come on, do it. They buffed him for jungle, but do it anyways.
Yeah, that might be a stretch too far, but
Well,
I mean,
this isn't a stretch. Jinx Lulu. I mean, this has been running the rift since what,
Exactly.
2013?
yeah, this is precisely what Monkeys would be wanting in a situation like this. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy yourselves as they
I mean, yeah,
prepare
put it
to hyper scale into this game.
Put it on black, let it ride is what I'm hearing from the Monkeys right now with their ADC because they
You
are.
reckon it's 50-50?
Nah, they've been so confident. Sorry, I'm in a bowling league. My friend always says that whenever we find a line, just put on black, let it ride. It's just like they are so confident in their AD carry. They've just given him the keys to the kingdom, and I mean, you can't say it hasn't worked. They've lost like 2 series this entire season, so they're doing something right.
Yeah, I mean
Ooh, yes, the counter. I love this matchup just because I love Trundle. That's really it.
Okay.
I just like Trundle.
yeah. This is taking away, I guess, from what we talked about before with the Emerge hyper carry, but now a worthy opponent finally.
This would have been nice last game. This is what you
Trundle
drafted
into
to Sion.
Xin He probably could draft in. Does it even win? Sion is just so Sion-y.
No. Trundle top lane
Like-
also kind of sucks. It's been so
Yeah.
nerfed. He needed a very specific set of items, and those are not in the game anymore. As Lux going to be banned away mid
That's not
here. I think we
I mean,
also saw
we've
this in the Monkeys
seen
last series. We
that.
saw this in the Monkeys series. They pick so much stuff, and they get away with a lot of stuff that no team really should.
Yeah, I mean, this is similar enough, I guess, in composition. But
mean,
last
okay.
time last time they picked the Jinx, they had a Braum alongside,
They had a Braum. True.
and they also had Jax in the jungle. Xin Zhao works similarly to a Jax in the jungle, but
They
not
don't have
quite
Sion.
the
Nothing
same.
works similarly to Sion.
You don't have Sion, and you're also playing a very different idea of support as well. Enchanter versus Braum Braum much so defensively focused and counter engaged. Lulu's similar, but much more inclined to assist in the Jinx as well, instead of just letting the Jinx be the Jinx and protecting her with CC.
Are the monkeys just
interesting.
scared of Mordekaiser? Are
I
they just
guess
scared of
so.
Like, we've seen Noodles do well on it, but are we that scared of Morta? Ooh, I kind of like this blind. Veigar Trundle's a like a low-key nasty jungle mid combo. Like, no one ever thinks of it because it's like
Put the pillar in the
situational
cage.
CC and pillar is super hard to land. But when you put them in the cage and then you take off like a third of the space that they're allowed to actually stand in, or push them into the cage,
Or they're just
incredible.
slow.
Unfortunately, this is a pretty good counter pick to at least the Veigar, not the Trundle part. You can't reflect. I wish you could reflect pillar. It wouldn't even make sense, but it'd be so stupid.
It would be quite amusing, but reflecting Veigar Q, reflecting
Oh,
Veigar
Veigar!
R,
Oh,
very, very satisfying.
BM. That's why they drafted the
Interesting to
Braum.
see monkeys taking an Ornn though
Oh,
here on 5. Now they needed to engage, so I understand precisely. Yeah, I know that
Yeah.
they're doing it for that reason, but taking an Ornn into Braum Trundle might be the
The-
worst Ornn angle I've ever seen.
like these are the counter picks to Ornn. Like Braum obviously takes away the ultimate, and Trundle, if he ever goes for ulti or searing charge, you just put the pillar up and he's stopped dead in his tracks.
As long as
So
you're
it
not
is
standing
fine.
next to the pillar as well.
No,
because then
I've-
you get
we-
knocked up.
We saw this. We saw this matchup and it went so poorly. We saw a Fiora counter pick and it died. I don't think it was Noodles picking it up, but oh my god, I just remember us being so annoyed with this pick because it was just a terrible draft option. I will go look for it because I was so frustrated by it.
You go looking for that. I'm going to still keep on thinking about the Trundle as a whole for this draft now for Conduit. It has everything you could possibly want for a Trundle angle, right? You're into a Xin Zhao, so you're in a very good jungle matchup. They then draft you an Ornn, who is one of the tastiest subjugate champions I think that even possibly exists. The guy stacks resists, and you eat the resist. It feels amazing. You have backline access pretty simply. There's no dashes to worry about. There's a wild growth every now and again, but the Mel and the Jinx are both going to be pretty immobile. The only mitigation to that, I guess, is if Mel takes a Proto Belt, but that's not much mitigation. This is one of the best Trundle angles I think I've ever seen, and the champs around it are also really brawly for Conduit, right? We have Smolder, Braum, Veigar, Fiora, not champs that are great in isolation. They can't really 100-0 very well, apart from a Veigar as we get later on. But 5 seconds in a team fight and together, they will deathball the hell out of you. This Trundle is looking amazing, and he has the support around him to really flourish this game.
Found it.
Nice. What was
It
it?
was Conduit who played it.
Name and shame.
They know. Noodles took this into Pineapple's Ornn. So not even like the best Ornn. A team they ended up beating, of course, to make it this far. 0-6. I remember we flamed this so hard because it was unwatchably bad. Just for perspective, Fiora's actually 0-2 in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the other game, and it was
picked against
taken
Conduit.
into Malphite.
Which is an even harder counter pick because Malphite can't do anything.
Yeah.
And it's still lost. Fiora has 3 kills, 1 assist, 15 deaths in the 2 games she's been in the playoffs.
So for a turnaround?
I mean, that's what you're hoping for if you're Conduit, because in theory, like, this comp is so good to counter the Monkeys comp. Jinx wants to run around, Xin Zhao wants to engage, put him in the box. Put a pillar on them for good measure. Ornn wants to engage, you have Braum. Ornn wants to lane, you have Fiora. Oh, you guys have a hyper carry? We have a hyper carry that executes. Like, there is so much on this team that in theory can work, but it's a matter of execution, especially from someone we've seen pilot the Fiora to one of the worst games of the playoffs. One of the worst performances we've seen this entire season, probably.
So at least if it's just that game, we're able to call it an anomaly. If that happens again, maybe it turns into a pattern, at which point I mean, it's the final game of this season, but maybe next season the Fiora goes on the bench.
Maybe
a little bit.
Riot rebuff her for no reason, and we're
All
back
that.
in 2020. It's Fiora o'clock, and everyone hates their lives because that was an insufferable time to play against Fiora. Don't do
At
that.
At any rate, we'll have to see if Conduit can execute. They have all the tools they could possibly want, especially for a bounce back game for their jungler. This is, as I said, probably the best trundle angle you will ever get to see. I hope, for Conduit's sake and for the jungler's sake, as an enjoyer of the jungle, that Chrome can have a bounce back.
Nation.
Nation, sorry, I'm the wrong lane. That's on me. But I
It's
hope
like
I
40
hope he can.
degrees.
It is
Scorching,
so
it's
hot.
fine.
It is so hot. I'm literally dripping. But at any rate, we'll have to see if he's actually able to execute upon that as we get into game 2.
We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high.
And we are back as... Okay, they were pinging the Ignite. I was like, what are they pinging? Flashless Ornn. Trundle mentality? Question mark?
I think this may be a thing for the matchup as well in top lane. We saw how much
yes.
that changes if the Ornn gets the first kill.
We see
And-
attack. We see attack.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need the flash either.
That's
for
true.
an Ornn.
I was talking
You
about
have your
item
dash
depth.
with your E. You have dash, I guess, with R2 as well, as Chrome is very greedily walking forwards. Gonna get tagged down.
Never do that. Speaking of greed, it's not really that greedy, but Baxel using his brain here to get both of what he wants. He wants Adaptive Helm or Doran Shield and refillables. So he says, well, I'm just gonna use my passive. I'm just gonna passive gen and farm a few minions, get that extra 100 gold, and we're chilling.
Ornn tech. Everyone loves the Ornn tech that we're getting to see right now.
Tech. Everyone loves Ornn tech until they have to play against it, and then they're like, dude, this ship is broken, and he is.
I am slightly surprised, especially with how TP is for top lane, that he hasn't still gone a flash here. I think you can, and it doesn't cost you all too much because you still have that late game TP potential. I know that you want to be there, but if you're there if you're there as much as the Fiora, then you're probably doing your job, right? Because you also have to match it the whole time in the side lane.
Yeah.
Even if you have TP advantage, it might not end up being that good because Noodles is just going to keep split pushing. He's going to say, "Oh, my bad team, I can't get there."
Okay, Noodles has practiced this matchup. I don't know who's I gotta go check who's coaching this team. Shy? Shy definitely saw this and said, okay, if we're letting you pick this, you gotta actually be able to play the matchup. You can't go like 0-2 in lane and then hope that and then not do anything afterwards. So they probably put him in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Anytime you see an Ornn over the next couple of weeks, you are playing Fiora, whether you like it or not.
Anytime you can. I don't care how boring you think this champion is. It's the rule.
Interesting to see if Baxwell's adaptation is going to change anything about it, though, with the lack of flash.
I don't think... Oh, the flash adaptation. I was like, I think he did the same thing the last time we saw him on Ornn.
Woo! The waiting for your starter items is... It's fancy, but it's pretty well known. And definitely effective.
I see. I just realized that both of these supports have, both bot lanes have realized the insane kill threat they have at most phases of the game, and instead of doubling down on it, they actually do go for the utility. On Chrome side, it makes a lot more sense. Smolder's all-in potential this early in the game, just a little bit worse than Jinx's. Jinx, a champion known for getting a lot of cheeky first bloods because the missiles do quite a bit, and you could double dip in the Q passives. Smolder can, but it just requires you to hit literally everything because your numbers are intentionally so low.
It requires a lot of overstaying as well from the enemy team at that point. At the point, Smolder, you should be looking to disengage, but
they are losing poke advantage just because Jinx still outranges. Just because
Jinx W.
Jinx W, Jinx Q outranges almost everything that Smolder does except for the sneeze. And I guess Mom, but that's cheating as Emerge is back in the game. I guess that was the problem.
Yeah, I saw he disconnected, like briefly.
It always does
Shouldn't
that.
be all too long.
I hope it isn't.
I mean, there's not really much to talk about in terms of the overall game state. This is about what you'd expect. Interesting to see junglers have got opposite sides. Nasian moving up towards the top side. He's currently clearing off his midi Krugs, which is why he's not quite ticked up to level 4, even though he has finished the camp. It looks a little bit odd, but if he can make a play to Baxter, especially when Baxter is giving over flash advantage, it could be something to build from there for Conduit, as Noodles has been playing for this as well. You can see he's dropped his whole wave. That wave is starting to move him further forward. I think as we come out of this pause, it's going to be difficult to read, but he has got a ward in the pixel brush at the very least.
So he might have seen the crossover. I can't really tell. We'll have to wait till the game resumes, obviously, to see how he paths. Because if he walks,
I don't know how well they track Nasian.
That is also true, or if they've tracked him at all. I didn't see the starting ward, so if Coop and Baxel know that Nasian's on top side, they should just successfully call the drop back, obviously, and wait for Noodles to show Nasian to go for Crab and leave. Otherwise, this is kind of the one thing that Fiora needs is this big advantage. Give her some extra gold as Baxel
She goes early.
Noodles shows early. Won't be able to pick up the solo kill here as there's the pause, but misreads the searing charge. I don't know why you ever thought it would be an engage, but whatever. You could have waited.
A little bit disappointing. I mean, when your jungler's clearing up the top side,
they have
they're
a
going to
wave?
be looking for the top crab. They're going to be basically walking straight past you in the top lane, especially when Baxel's that far forwards. You already made it work by standing in that bush. You gave her a little bit of XP, I get, apparently, based off the fact that he's level 3 versus level 4. But you're about to
Doesn't
pick it
matter
up
if
once you
you-
hit the wave anyway. Like,
Yeah, the
like,
whole
it
point is
doesn't
to
matter
get
at all. The
kill.
wave's not going to crash. You have plenty of time. Baxel, though, taking very greedy base.
Baxel
Might still get caught.
reading, doesn't have flash, just needs a pillar to land. They get it, and Baxel should fall
Crazy.
here. They get the play they want without actually doing things properly. But Baxel gonna drop to first blood, and I mean, you should have just took the sign, dude. If Noodles is gonna position like that, you gotta take the sign. You gotta know something's up.
And he had the ward as well in the Pixel Rush of where the Trundle was. I think Nation had been showing.
That's even
Baxel
worse. That doesn't make it
quite
better.
That doesn't make it much better. It was
Let me see two signs.
yeah, multiple things to be reading that would have told you where not to be at that moment in time. But unfortunately, Baxel cannot
We're
quite
going back.
find them.
Cooper's
and
here
it
though.
is-
If they overcommit this, they do just lose the fight. As there's the
This is
turn
bad.
coming through. Coop is going forward. Did Noodles just take a tower shot? As the flash away's too early, or well, too late, as the wind became lightning. Cooper gonna respond the searing charge to continue this lockdown. Coop, wind doesn't become lightning, at least not on top of Noodles' head. He will survive on 1 HP, as Barolo doing heavy lifting on that bot play right there to keep the Smolder as healthy as possible. But the regank was not a bad idea to try and force it, but what are you really gonna force there? Baxel has nothing besides killing him, and that's not really worth at this point.
Yeah, I mean that was just a little bit too far at that point. A misread in the other direction of just how fast the Xin Zhao had got there. Right, as soon as Cooper's available to be in that play, the play is cooked. Right, the fact that the play is happening at the kind of 4-minute mark means that it's cooked. It means that Cooper has already taken the bot crab, has already taken his base, has item advantage, and is then turning up. Baxel, he doesn't need flash. When he's that far away from the wall, he has the space to walk around the pillar to still get to his turret. The time it worked so well was when he was up against the wall and the pillar. He couldn't get past, and he was just stuck standing there. This time it's a very different situation, and now we get to see Baxel use the wall even more
Yep.
to his advantage to deny that
Baxel-
proc.
Patience. Such good patience. As... What is he gonna spec into first? Besides Bramble, obviously.
He might go for a plate steel caps rush. I think there's very nice value to be found in
A
that.
lot of
with
value in that.
Smolder,
I
not
see.
really for the early game, but Trundle, Fiora, certainly. Gonna find a lot of value there. I think after that, you maybe even just be running the same items you tried last game as the Scion. I don't
I
think
think
you
these are gonna
build
be
these to
long
be all too
fights.
dissimilar.
As
I think
you know,
Spare's just
staring
good.
each other down.
Hello.
As he doesn't know it hits. I mean, actually, he did. He had the grasp, so he knew he was in the bush. He saw the grasp start ticking up. Just because it's a game of chicken, no one can like. Someone has to lose.
hmm
Like if you go for the searing charge as Baxel, and Noodles reads it, well now you're just stunned and you're gonna get chunked. If Noodles doesn't read the searing charge, you win. So it's like the worst game of chicken, blind chicken, which is worse than regular chicken.
With no ward in the brush, I think Baxel could have gone for it, but it's just a risk you don't need to take, right? The whole point of this Ornn is to mitigate the risk, and you do
As-
that by
Oh.
just slowly whittling away, taking the wave, however deep you need to take the wave, not contesting if you don't need to contest. You let Noodles have it first. He's going to take up level 7 first. Who cares? Catch it in a place where you feel safe, and all the while your team's getting things on the other side of the map, right? You just saw the Xin Zhao picking up first rake against a Trundle. Obviously, bot push has a big factor on that first rake timer. The Jinx Lulu should be doing good into the Smolder, into the Braum, and they are.
And it is.
The fact that
Wow.
Trundle's unable to contest at all is massive.
And we saw, I mean, Nation having nothing to do, walked into blue buff, found nothing, and left.
hmm
got a ward down, so he advanced his vision position onto the Wolves-ish. You will see it once Coop starts clearing it.
Did he not get the blue buff?
I don't know if it was respawn. He did
He
get
had
it.
the blue
Okay.
buff.
I didn't know if it was respawned or not. That's why. Because we saw Cooper up there before, and I think he just took Womp. I didn't know if he got his blue at the same time or not.
It's all of those times, right? The 5 minutes from when the game started, it's like, the first camp's cleared probably about like 120, so it's back up at 620. It's those small things that Cooper doesn't quite get this time, but it's the price of the Drake, right? I would happily trade first Drake in exchange for a blue buff. Cooper wisely does the same, especially in a matchup like this when you don't want to 1v1 this Trundle effectively ever. He's avoided it so well so far, right? He counter ganked on the second attempt there by Nation in the top side, but that's kind of all we've really seen of these junglers interacting.
Baxel? I mean, there's backup coming through, but he's early on this as Noodles is ignited and chasing the kill. Is it gonna get it? The Bellows Breath, what are we doing, Noodles? I know what the read is, but that is... You can leave! You're Fiora!
I have issues with both sides of that. I have many issues with both sides of that. I think the Call of the Forge God was maybe a bit presumptuous, but I guess if it entices Noodles to have another look, then fair enough. Noodles just not realizing how little damage he had as soon as he's done so much with what he had already, right? He's gotten Baxel down to like 200 maybe, but that final little tick is so difficult to get on these tanky champions, and Baxel hangs on once more. And I mean, not quite the same position we saw on Fiora last time, where it is completely doomed. This is still very playable, but I mean, yikes, Ooh.
That was very well timed, but now Baxel caught out, no searing charge, no Cooper around this time to run away, is getting subjugated, and there goes the neighborhood as Baxel going to drop a second time here at the hands of Noodles and Nation.
I mean, this is what the top lane should be doing, right? This is precisely what these two champions are designed to do. I guess good bait there from Noodles. Baxel, he saw the angle, but you've got to be reading enemy jungler a little bit better. It's difficult when you have such minimal vision, but maybe you just have to not go for the play at all if you don't have the vision, right?
You're weak side.
It's tempting in the top side. You are a weak side on, and it's just a simple punish at the end of the day, and you give the Fiora way back into the game that she just kicked herself out of, right? She just closed the door in her face, and you opened it for her.
It should be Stride Breaker soon. I don't think... Oh, no, it's going to be Ravenous. I didn't see there's a...
Yeah.
I guess they're double longsword.
Has it, though?
I did not know he had it. That's what I was... Even if it was Stride Breaker, I was like, should be close to it. I did not... 74 CS and a kill? Is Stride as Coop is way out of position here and should just be dead. Flash for flash. Nasia continue to go forwards. He wins this 1v1. Nice wild growth. Buy a lot of time. The Crescent Guard going to finish the job there. And they successfully extract their jungler at a hefty price. But they get Nasia's
I'm
flash,
surprised
actually.
that Conduit are playing it so scared, though. I feel like they can just go for an even deeper send.
Chrome has no mana, but...
Screw the Smolder. You're playing Trundle.
Yeah. I was like, you kind of just...
You didn't need to subjugate your Triforce. The Zintel did not have his Sundered Sky either at that fight.
What is he going to do?
That was a humongous fight for Nation.
Noodles has to turn this.
Ooh.
Good flash read. I think that was just a really bad play for Baxel, but is it going to be enough as there's the grand challenge procced, and Baxel, he flashed before you ard. You gotta read that. As flash, you can't get, there's no immunity from that anymore.
Just got to tank the flash loss there for lost times as it's kills across the place now.
Oh, Coop?
For Conduit. Coop may be giving another.
Ooh. Just on the wrong side. Turns back right in time. Perfectly timed ward, actually. As this time, you can't reflect anything. Lost times, holding the reflect for as long as possible, and doesn't get ulted, most importantly.
I thought he was going to flash ult. I think Risen could have guaranteed that kill, but he wants to hold on to his flash, more importantly. It gives him the safety. His Noodles is very deep.
His Noodles safe, though, as they don't get any CC, but no more parry means there's no more room to run, really. Needs to get to this blast code as soon as possible. It is out. They don't want to continue the chase, and the teleport too slow from lost times. They get a huge chunk of top tier 2, and they're going to get the dragon off of it as well as... Ooh, just a little
Nice
late
idea.
with the death rocket, but no, A for effort. I'll give him that.
I mean,
Not
no
bad.
vision as well. Right?
Yeah,
The ward in the
line,
brush, the ward in the
line
pit had
pistol.
been denied by the control ward anyway, so
About
took a
as
shot
good
in
of
the
an
dark.
attempt, about as good as a try as you could have expected. Honestly, the fact it hit while they were still in the pit is enough to say, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it just didn't quite go off the way I think Merge had envisioned in his mind. Now leaves him ultless for the bot side. Maybe gives Chromaloan a little bit more license to play that touch
Shouldn't
extra
really matter.
aggressive. But it shouldn't really matter, right? It should
She does
just
so much damage without her ulti. That's just to finish people off or steal objectives. It's not. I hate when that happens when I W a minion. I feel like a dummy. It's
I hate
Baxel.
when it happens when I'm playing Ornn. I get things like this happen to me.
You just can't bush trap really. I mean, he gets half his HP, but he
can
has to
make-
immediately leave.
If there's 3 other players.
Oh yeah, when the rest of the team is here to back you up, parries through it all, but there's the burn finishing it off. Like, if you just throw 50 bullets at her, eventually she dies. ADC mentality right there. If you throw 100 autos at someone, they die eventually.
Yeah, I mean, pretty nice play there from Monkeys. Good punish onto Noodles, who was playing
Agreed.
his advantage maybe a little bit frivolously.
Emerge is not doing that.
Taking some liberties, I think, is another way to phrase that. Like, okay, you're ahead, but enemy jungle is clearing topside. We just saw the reason you got to that second kill was because Baxel pushed too far forwards when he was
Stop
not
doing
allowed
it.
to. Both these top laners still got a little bit to maybe correct as we carry on through this series, but those type of things are going to impact
Why are we building
Noodles a
Rocket
little bit
Belt?
more than Baxel.
Why are we
right?
building
They're
Rocket Belt? I hate this.
Veigar.
I hate this so much. I've voiced my displeasure of Chovy ruining mid lane builds forever. Hold on. Derizen not going to put the cage down in the right spot, and Coop is just going to jump him here. Hold on. There it is. It didn't matter because he's marked. There's the flash. Anyways, I guess it helped, but you're Veigar.
It did buy him extra space. There
It
was
did buy him
time where
extra
Cooper
space.
would have been autoing where he couldn't auto anymore. That's kind of the difference.
fair.
Especially after the Audacious Charge as well. Like, it means that the Zen can't then close that extra gap.
You still lost.
But
I mean, you
You have
lose
to
your
flash when it becomes
regardless.
lightning. It doesn't feel great. Especially, we saw how much he wants to value that flash when he didn't even flash ult to go kill Lost Times.
Yeah, he's been holding on to it for quite a while and finally losing it. Harry is down.
Okay.
No Q forwards available. The Ignite is ticking. It's going to be enough. Baxel solo kills Noodles after all this time. And he gets the grand challenge out as Coop running like a madman and steals it with a Crescent Guard smite. And he's looking to fight as well. Nation stuck in the pit with Cooper more than the other way around right now. They're trapping Emerge
He can
as he's
chum this
going to tank the ult, and the Golden Eclipse secures one, for Lost Times, and the
wow.
rest of the monkeys are clearing house. It's 5 off the Rift for Conduit, and that is not going to bode well for a game they were already chasing in to an extent.
That was a straight up 5-0 ace at 15 minutes.
And that was a 4v4. One of the members was
Like-
missing after getting 1v1'd by a tank that they countered.
That is insane. There is no universe where we should be looking at this game and having a 5-0 ace for either team, to be fair. But that was just a little bit of mismanagement. Baxel maybe giving one back in return.
Ignite
Eventually,
down.
Noodles will chase him
Yeah,
down.
That's it.
But I mean,
Something.
just going back to that Rift Herald, I mean, how long was that thing under 1400 HP?
I don't even know.
Because
How long were they
it was like a second.
They were taking that the whole time as well. While Baxel...
That Rift
Cooper,
Herald was
and-
smiteable for I'm going to say at least a second, and it
I
just
don't know
wasn't.
what they were waiting for. Just throw the smite. Both of these junglers have been...
Cooper wasn't quite close in the distance. He still had to like get into the bit.
distance, but
Nation
Nation
just didn't fight.
didn't smite. Did he not have it? I didn't check his cooldown.
He 100% had it.
Oh, he had it? That's... I don't know then. It's a 12... It's a 1400. It's stronger than it even was at old max rank.
That was
So
that was just not to watch.
I was at 1200 for an eternity. Cooper had time to close the gap, like walk into river. Baxel in a fight that probably is not going to get finished here. Noodles is looking for as much as he can. And he's going to get a nice chunk down. But he's just not. He's tanking tower shots while he's parrying.
He is tanking a lot of turret shots.
And
I don't know the flash.
We're flashing it. I mean, he could. No, he could see. I mean, I don't know if he had his camera on it as the Drake goes down. Only, I mean, third Drake, good tempo here, but he might have had the Ornn on his camera, so he might have seen the direction that was going. Flashed directly into it.
I had to turn away.
That one hurt, as Nation
That one
does
hurt a
steal-
lot.
That's blue buff steal number 2 for Nation, though.
That is 2 out of 4 blue buffs of Cooper taken away, but I mean at the same time, I don't think this Xin Zhao cares all
that's
much.
a
Still up in XP over the Trundle, up in gold over the Trundle. Like, this is not the way that it's meant to be for a Xin Zhao into this matchup. But
It's
Nation's
not really
not
Nation's fault
the
here,
value.
yeah. I mean, Nation hasn't
Like,
really
we
done
saw him
anything
find value on
wrong.
top side, but beyond that, he's got nothing. His 2 kill participation so far from this game have been ganked onto Baxel. And at the end of the day, that's an Ornn. Okay, sure, you got your Fuhrer ahead. That's a definite positive to be taken out of this game. But the whole way through, you haven't been able to find any impact elsewhere. This is an amazing Trundle comp. You're not just looking to play with the Fuhrer.
Risen, nice Protobelt into the cage, but double hit here. And DeRizen is just way too far forwards right now. You cannot be up there. Emerge gonna tank the Primordial Burst and then some. This is not looking great for Conduit.
It is not. But at least when you throw out the ultimate like that on Veigar, you know you're going to get it back soon. And you also know that Emerge is going to have a tough time stepping forward if he doesn't just base. But I mean, Barolo has a tough time stepping forward after that.
I don't think the Q landing even matters at that point. Cooper gonna go on a rampage.
That's a TP.
As the teleport on the turret that just drops comes in. Baxel with the ulti now. Just looking to keep Lost Times alive. As Golden Eclipse, they can't parry anything. 4-0 for Mel Medarda. And it's 12-4, tripling them in kills once again on the side of Monkeys as no one. Okay, I was about to say, there's no way that crazy chase down happens.
Yeah, but I mean, how indicative of the game state would it have been if the Xin Zhao was going to be ending up chasing down the Trundle? The role reversal very nearly completed, but Noodles, still the one losing out over the whole of the play. It feels like we're getting deja vu now. 5 deaths for this Fiora. They are the one that's strong for their team. They have reached the 2-item spike on Fiora very early. That's a definite positive in the Noodles column. But 5 deaths also comes along as a negative, right? We get the yin and the yang from this Fiora, and I'd be honest, I'd rather just see the yin.
Knight's Vow. Sorry, I'm just seeing this Ornn. We are... Baxel's been cooking. No flash. Goes for the ignite. Goes for the... Pretty standard, honestly. Not even really cook anymore. Everyone and their mom does this. With the opening items. And now the Knight's Vow, second item to let Emerge run even more wild in team fights, hopefully. And to keep Baxel alive even longer. As Cooper... I don't think Coop wins these. Unfortunately, no matter what your lead is, you just can't... Unless it's insanely fed, you just can't beat him. But he has the power of friendship on his side. DeRizen pushed away. The flash in a straight line isn't going to save him as the Super Mega Death Rocket connects. Meanwhile, Grand Challenge procced in the bot lane 1v1, but Noodles is Baxel so tanky. He has to run away from his own engage. And with Nation dead, Monkeys have the green light to go for Baron.
This is still a risky Baron. This is still not easy. In terms of smiting, sure,
challenge it,
no
though?
jungler there, but I mean, a 21-minute Baron, this is similar to an Atakan from last season. It is not
Baxel?
the easiest
So-
objective. Baxel's going to get punished.
Baxel.
Oh,
Reset, but in the wave! He's in the wave, in the bush, and gets the final grasp auto to get out alive. And without even a contest from Conduit, the Monkeys get Baron for the, I believe, first time this series. Yeah, first game ended too fast.
I can't believe that. In the bush, in the bot lane, Noodles cancels the auto attack as Baxel heads into the bush, starts walking away because he thinks he's got it, goes for the fade away, and ends up just fading to grey. Another death, make it 6 now for the Fiora. And it's also Baron on top. The fact that there's no contest even from Conduit is insane. I understand
was
if you're
there.
wanting to go for that play, but I mean, just go for it 3v4. The Baron does so much damage, especially this early on in the game. Smolder's got to be getting close to those stacks at this point.
Surely.
You've got your Braum in the area. Veigar is still at 1 item. Maybe that's the deterrent. Maybe it's the fact that you don't have that second item spike yet that sent you away, but you're going to have to pull the trigger at some point.
They're just going to head over Soul Point on top of this. They can't even, because of Baron giving just a ton of adaptive force, they can't fight. Ever, for the time being.
Yeah, they can split push, though.
They can. That is why they drafted a Fiora. It is one of the key things that she does. But with Baxel's fast reset, might not be able to do a ton of work here. She will be able to get to turret at least, and they stall successfully with the cage. That is good. As Coop forced into Crescent Guard as the Ornhorn comes out, misses, but doesn't get stunned by the parry at this point. Noodles doing a good amount of damage, but has to run out somehow and has to wait so long. Baxel, there's no way. Okay.
I mean, it's still the retaliation in the lane, right? It's still the ability to be there as the Ornn and stop the split push from happening. And this is such a greedy wall stake as well from Noodles. The monkeys are completely disengaged from the main fight. They're going to be coming to you.
Conduit.
You could have just based.
Could have had the base. The Mega Death Rocket not going to connect, but the Bullet Rain comes through. Just had the angle to leave.
Like you have to be coming as a team. Okay, they took the 2-2. They've backed off. They have gone. They have left the main fight. Whether they're going to base or they're looking straight for you as the top laner, it doesn't really matter. They're still going to be walking out towards the top side. They're looking to back up their own. And at the end of the day, they still want this top tier one, which just fallen as well. Baxel, the one to pick off that objective. Either it's a communication breakdown, or it's an ignoring
greed.
of said communication, and humongous greed to be taking that camp there.
Okay, we still have Darkseal under Risen, but I mean, we're seeing
Optimism.
a crawl slowly to the same issue we saw at the second Fiora game. It has some value, but the person playing it greeds way too hard, plays way too aggressive for their own good, and does more harm for the team.
This could be interesting.
As Cooper not even caught out. The Golden Eclipse almost going to do all the work. There's a Merge. Is excited. They're trying to get onto the Mel, and they will get a shutdown in exchange for a double kill for Emerge. Gonna make it 3. Ignores the flash.
Again,
the
buddy.
flash through over the bush. He is once again excited. It's a quadra kill for Emerge. And this Jinx just hit the 3-item power spike. You know he is itching to fight with his brand new IE 75% crit. And the monkeys, for the second time, are pounding on the base as it is just arisen. The flash engage connects. The cage will save him for now. But it's only to deter as Baxel just playing some insurance turret farming, as they can't really end yet.
Yeah, it's still a little bit too early to end, but it's not early to take an inhibitor in the mid lane, especially when you have double buffs spawning in about 2 minutes' time. The Baron matched up with the Soul Spawn could give Conduit a small little angle if the monkeys don't play this carefully, but it's going to be such a difficult angle to properly pounce upon, especially because your Baron damage is not great, if we put it nicely, and the monkeys will be wanting that Infernal Soul so much more than a Baron just yet. This is just another great performance by the monkeys. They don't look like a team that lost 2 series in the regular season. They look like a team that has been on the golden road from start to finish, and they're about to finish it off.
And now they're looking so damn strong. I mentioned the IE. We're already 2/3 of the way, or whatever the percentages is in terms of gold, to Mortal Reminder. All the ornaments
get
are...
4 kills, to be fair.
He did get 4 kills, so we're pretty close to Mort already. But we've gotten all the power spikes, or cosmetic items, or whatever you want to call these 3rd and 4th items going. IE's finished. We got Shadow Flame on the Mel, GA on the Zin. Like, we are cruising. I don't know what it is. Jock Show. We're coming up on, I assume that's Jock Shows
Yeah,
for
should be.
Baxel? Because Gargoyles isn't in the game anymore for some reason. I'm still
Yeah,
mad.
that will be
I'm
a Jack show. It's just picked up, actually.
Oh, just finished, yeah. I'm still salty about Gargoyles being removed. Like, a billion years ago. Don't
It's
mind
an
me.
arena.
It's an arena. It counts for something. Unfortunately, Mel not as good at stopping the split push when the Fiora is this strong.
Really not as good. My
1v1.
God.
As, yeah, the thing that helped Ornn stay so threatening in these side lanes to keep Fiora from pushing, just gigantic health bar. Doesn't matter how much you do percent max health damage when you have a billion HP.
Can they end? If they hold them here.
If
Can the
they
Fiora
hold-
end?
Yes, absolutely. It's Fiora. They need to reset now. As the mom comes
Axel's
through,
going.
first Nexus turret goes down. Second Nexus turret going to follow.
He's got the second one.
As the Nexus is going down. Can they stay alive to finish the job? 1 HP. The Ignite isn't going to finish it, but they get back in time to save the game. The dragon matters not. They keep the Nexus alive, and it will slowly heal itself up. But
Look at the
They-
overall gold.
huge
They got the
pressure.
kit. They got humongous shutdown onto Lost Times and Emerge throughout that play. They've made the Drake somewhat even now, 3-2.
They got
Very
2
playable
objective
position for
bounties.
Conduit.
They got 3
The gold
objective
is
bounties off of
basically
that.
tied up.
It's all in the pocket of one person, though. If you're split pushing Irelia,
I think
who's-
it's going to spread around. The Irelia got
was
the Mel,
bounties.
got the Mel kill from the bot lane play, but Derizen just got a humongous shutdown off of Emerge as well.
That's true. He did finish the job there. I don't even know how. This is getting
That's a 3
out
item
of
spike now
hand.
on Veigar.
That's a death cap too. Like, it's not just any 3-item spike. It's not Shadow Flame. It's multiplicative scaling, which Veigar loves to pair with his passive.
This is now a very dangerous position for Monkeys to be in. They have to be
Super-
so careful of this Fiora. The fact that Noodles just TP'd, he might be going for a back door.
Noodles is going for a backdoor. You see him running there. He does have to be a little bit careful because
He's
if
got
the
it.
other team gets back in time, Barolo is there. No one's watching the base.
It's gone.
No one's watching. That's going to be the game. That's going to be the Nexus. They just leave the Fiora. No wards, no nothing back there. And Noodles for 2 makes it even through 2. And it's a best of 3 now for the Season 3 championship.
Oh boy.
Oh, that is
Oh
not...
boy, Monkeys.
Not... What are we doing? That's a macro nightmare. They dropped no... I mean, you could see it on the minimap. You saw it as we panned back. There is no...
What
There are
is
no ward... There are no wards in your own base. No one teleports to a tier 3. Like, we have no vision of any side of the jungle. What are we doing at that end game?
I'm in shock. I mean, that was approaching on an unlosable game for the Monkeys. They just need to keep matching the audience of the Fiora and play 4v4s as they come their way because they had such a humongous advantage. They match one time the Mel into the Fiora and it ends exactly as you'd expect. Lost Times tries to escape with the rocket belt, can't get more than a couple meters. Noodles chases him down with ease, gets the kill, gets both next turrets, nearly ends the game just off that one mistake. And then comes around for round 2 afterwards instead. When it didn't work out the first time, TPs to mid and just walks through the jungle. Doesn't get spotted at all. No response. And Conduit have somehow brought themselves back into this series. We were getting ready to kind of count them out. That was the Monkeys finishing off the final couple of touches. If they match the audience to the Fiora, they get the soul. They have a humongous advantage on their Jinx, who hadn't died yet, was reaching 4 items against everyone else's 3. They play 4v4, and the game is good. They don't even need the Ornn. The Ornn is just there to catch the Fiora. And yet, somehow, over the course of 2 minutes, they get so dizzy that Conduit have struck back into this series. And as you said, we're now playing a best of 3 with 20 extra bans.
I mean, they are fallible. Teams can beat them. We know that now. I don't know. I mean, you look at the stats for everyone else on this team. And then you look at Noodles, who did almost everything. Most damage by 10,000 on the team. Most damage in the game by 4,000, thanks to hitting that Ornn. 5 of the 7 kills. Was
He got the
involved
most
in
of
6
everything
of
apart
them.
from assists.
Yeah, the only thing he didn't get the most of was assists, and that was by 1. Because he got every other kill, pretty much. Like, it's absurd that they pretty much just let Noodles 1v9 this game. after dominating 5v4 and 4v4s for, yeah, pretty much the whole thing themselves.
9 might be a touchy number, to be fair, but he absolutely did.
Was
in the
fighting
end.
at least 3 of his teammates. Like, at least 3 of them felt like
Uh,
they were on the enemy team.
I'm saying 9's touchy number because of his deaths, but
Ah,
that may be a slight side quest at this point because he got it over the line basically by
worked.
himself, which the whole idea of the 1v9, right? He did it without much assistance. That was meant to be the Trundle game to come back from Nation after the Jax was put in the bin. He was meant to have the most insane Trundle angle you've ever possibly seen, with the best backup you could potentially have. Instead, it devolves into the Fiora show, and it looked for the most part like Monkey's had it corralled for so long. But in the end, Noodles breaks free just a couple of times is all he requires. He's going to send us now into break before Game 3 draft. We're into a series that should not have even been that close. We'll have to see if it's going to maybe spiral in a different direction after this.
And we are back for game number 3, tied at 1 after a... I can't really call it a base race. It wasn't a base race. It wasn't really... I guess it was the literal definition of a backdoor, but like in the most expected way from Conduit. So I don't know.
It was the front back door.
It was, yeah, just walking through the front door. Like, forget all the backdoor talk. It was just the front door when you don't cover your base that hard. And it will be Seraphine for Conduit on B1 as Monkeys opt to go to the red side. They're going to take this misfortune, which means Sona. Sona lock in. Please, please Sona lock in. It's not even that good into Seraphine. I'm a Sona
Oh my
main.
god, that's massive. Sorry, there's a flying thing in my room that's just appeared. Nice. Huge.
Love Sona.
I'm not distracted.
Huge. Huge fly taking over Rue's room
Yeah.
as we speak.
Don't like that.
It will be the way that's
the
been
price
banned
of
away.
having windows open, I guess. Hui,
Huh.
interesting. I mean, you can delay support until 3 if you must, but taking mid here instead of jungle is very interesting for the Monkeys.
J4 is huge here.
Yeah, double immobile mid and bot. Absolutely.
Nasty. They were thinking about the Ezreal, but they opted to not go for it in the end, and Conduit are going to punish them hard for this, it seems. And Seraphine's Jarvan is pretty good.
I mean, just stack things that now work in the Thunderdome, right? Misfortune and way,
Thunderdome.
both. Like,
Alright, Camille.
you can get them both in there.
Camille.
I mean, I'd honestly consider Rumble here. I know it's
Ooh.
not necessarily favored for these guys,
Just got
but
nerfed.
I don't care.
Doesn't really
Equalizer's
matter.
still pretty good.
What are we doing? I know we can go APC
Also good.
Seraphine, but I don't...
But,
I mean,
like,
Seraphine
why
Leona's
not
bad,
support?
actually.
Yeah, I don't know why
This
the
could be
Seraphine isn't support here.
mid-Seraphine. Mid-Seraphine's technically kind of stronger than than like actual support Seraphine. but
If
that's
this
just
was a
'cause she has
flex, why would
econ.
you break the flex?
Yeah, that is
the
the
other thing.
actual. That's the actual answer. Is why would you? It could still be bot lane Seraphine, just not support because Leona
Because
is.
you don't need to break this
nice to have.
flex, right?
It could have been
You
triple flex
don't-
if you really wanted.
Exactly. If you want to have the Seraphine here, sure, go for it. If you want to flex it, amazing.
Ooh, good
Don't
pick.
tell the team that you're flexing it. They would have like banned away things that you if they ban away bot lanes and mid laners on their second rotation.
You've
because,
wasted their
the-
time.
Exactly. Instead, now you tell them that the Leona's going support instead. The Seraphine will be going into one of the lanes, likely bot lane.
So now
And you can
Sylas.
play around that much easier now. I do like this pick here on 3 from the Monkeys, taking the Poppy into Jarvan Leona. Very, very solid.
Freshly buffed Poppy. It's only clear speed, but still, why are they buffing this champion? Dude, I played my first game in like 2 weeks, curb stomped someone on Poppy, and I'm like, this champ is stupid.
It do be like that sometimes.
Malphite gonna be banned away. Keeping the super ultimate away from that misfortune is a priority for them.
Yeah, I mean, one team bans Sylas, one team bans Malphite. I guess it follows in that way, right? If they're banning
scared.
Sylas, they're
They're
fishing
scared.
for it.
They're scared.
So then,
Scared of split push. They don't want to see it happen. They said, no,
don't blame them.
no Yorick for you. If you play against it properly, it doesn't matter, but whatever. Yorick is actually a good champion, unlike Fiora right now.
That's true, but we have
So-
seen a lot more Fiora than we've seen Yorick throughout BOL Prem,
Here, through Prem, but not
not elsewhere.
elsewhere. Somehow. I say somehow. I know how, but still. As it,
Because
what
Yorick
do you-
is
what do you-
disgusting.
you have or support.
I feel like you
top
take support
tier.
here if you. I mean, unless
keep
you
top lane
flex
counter pick.
Poppy, you could take Poppy into Leona.
We are.
I don't
flexing?
mind having this as a double flex, honestly. Poppy into Leona's quite nice because you could just steadfast presence when she wants to engage.
Oh,
and
as someone who just did that, yeah, that's what I did. I picked Poppy. I'm like,
sucked.
oh, there's a Leona. I'm gonna kill them, and I just
you
kept bullying
can
them.
also go for the Amumu into that type of an angle. Very nice combo as well with his fortune, of course. The ability to just
Potential combo.
so much. I think you can kind of keep these open and
no.
make Conduit sweat a little bit.
We saw this from, I believe it was from Conduit, and it kind of paid off. I think they fumbled it on the Urgot game eventually, but it worked for a little bit. Someone
They
played
did
it.
lose the Urgot game in
Okay, they did. I
the
wanted to
game
make sure.
against Final Boss,
Oh, that
which
was
I
a
think
good-
is what.
No, 'cause I
that
wasn't there for
was.
There were
you
two
own-
Urgot
own-
games.
Um,
Wow, as it's Syndra not blinded. Sorry, Hui. That's a good pick. I had to
I'm
make sure
finding
that's not
out
blinded.
more about Urgots. I cannot see
They
them
did
playing
take it.
Urgot.
They did win with it.
Alright.
Again,
Is it
they're two
Spire?
weird top lane picks. It's against the Spire. Noodles went 8-7-7 into Cassante, who didn't really have much impact on that game, so it was a successful pick.
Mundo.
As it will be the Aurora. Where are we going? So this is
Into Mundo, not
Aurora
Cassante, sorry.
Top lane. It was into the.
But that's not important.
Okay. Oh, it was into Mundo. I remember now. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I've read the chart wrong. I was looking at a different game, probably like an idiot. It's gonna be the Aurora top lane, but mid jungle still not answered at all.
Interesting.
I
mean,
think it should be
this is
Poppy
now
jungle.
turned into one of the largest Merc Treads games I think I've ever seen. First of all,
If you don't take it,
Seraphine,
you're
Leona,
dumb.
Syndra, Jarvan, even to an extent, you can try and mitigate on the Flag and Drag. I mean, this is
No, you can't.
yeah, you can't
an
mitigate
airborne.
it. I'll stop talking.
It's like it's too hot. Your brain's melting.
I am melting. I am melting.
It's only like 40 over there. It's fine. It's getting better because it's nighttime. Totally how it works.
It's not. It's not actually.
It's getting-
That's a whole other thing. Any rate, the Aurora into Urgot is a very interesting decision there. It's
It technically wins.
showing confidence, and I like that from Baxel.
I mean, I'm glad about that after tank duty for 2 games. Exciting. Actually gets to play the game.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
We'll see how it gets to pay off or not, though, as it's still not the simplest of times. If Urgot ever closes that distance, then you are in danger. You should be able to play it on the safer side for the most part, but nothing is ever set in stone when you're playing range top, even though it is, in theory, one of the better matchups, even amongst ranged into melee. Mid lane, Syndra looking pretty strong right now, especially with the buff she got on the previous patch to this one. Hui also in a decent position from that exact same patch. I'm fascinated to see how these guys match up over there. And then bot lane, I mean, depending on who Monkeys want to put bot lane, I think you probably want to put the Poppy down there just because you say screw you, Leona, and that's pretty good. But if you want to put the Amumu down there and just throw down hands, I'm also here for it.
I think Poppy would do better just matching into the Jarvan, honestly. Because if they ever try to engage, if Conduit ever try to engage, you could just send the Amumu at the Leona, beat her to death, and see what happens. Because Seraphine shouldn't be outputting that much damage quite yet, even with the Doran's Ring over the support item. It's just not a high damage comp, and pre-3 Leona sucks. Just objectively is not that good of a champion because she doesn't have W. Or she doesn't have Q. She's missing one of her 3 tools, basically, no matter what. So you could just kind of gamble on that. And just say, we'll win the first 3 levels. Which is always a safe bet and always pays off. No one's ever lost a winning pre-3 matchup, you know? I've never seen it happen in the history of the game, ever. Period, end of sentence.
Wouldn't happen.
No one would ever do that. Why would you ever do that? It's silly.
I mean, it's so winning. How would you ever not win?
Exactly. Just win. Don't lose.
Just win. We'll see if either team can just win as we get ready to send it over to Game 3. We're back in just a few.
And we are back after what felt like an eternity to die, according to Loki, as she threatens to kill us for our nonsense words usually. And game 3, one of these teams are going to match point.
That is how game 3 works. Yes.
Yes, that's why I said it.
Yeah. Factually correct, technically correct, the best type of correct.
I'm objectively correct. What do you mean technically correct?
Both are true. I was making Futurama reference.
I know, but still. Let me have this. As
Let me have this.
We have the invisible dragon. My favorite one.
Ah, yes. One of either Hextech or Chemtech first. I'm sure that will be impactful.
Well, both of the teams, well, the teams know what it is, but they're hoping it's Chemtech because they would like a Hextech soul. Because Chemtech sucks. That's
Yeah,
it.
but then again, like Hextech's also like a nice early Drake.
It is. It's
Chemtech is just
trade-off.
useless.
Chemtech is useless in most phases of the game, as Emerge is already scared Yumiing. Not a good sign.
He is getting kind of chunked by the
Proba's getting chunked too, though.
Seraphine's.
He's getting
Also
some
true.
Nice bounces.
Very nice bullet bounce there from Emerge to at least equal out the trade somewhat.
I respect the aftershock. I respect the aftershock take, but I am going to call John Cool a coward for not taking Hail of Blades.
Very true. Hail Blaze plus Ignite. I mean,
So annoying.
channel your inner Mickey X, you know?
Dude, literally channel your inner demon, because like that's what Poppy is with that. She just ease you into a wall, EQ beats you to death with 3 auto attacks, no AD, and it's so disgusting. As he got that, but it will just be flash for flash. I did not say, dude. I say heaven and earth for some crazy heaven and earth apparently on that goddamn move forwards.
That was disgusting.
I didn't think that was gonna work. Okay.
I guess exchanging flashes makes it easier for the Urgot, though I'm not sure about that.
No, he's not happy about that. Urgot,
if the Aurora doesn't
needs
hit
the
you when they're
mobility.
under turret, then you just traded flashes
He was late on it, that's
Against-
why.
a range champ.
Noodles, I think, thought he had a little more time, or was just expecting the immediate jump out from Baxel. That didn't happen. So by the time he realized he had an angle to get the flip under tower to force the damage, flash or flash, or already out of tower range, and then flash for flash.
Yeah.
So you are sad now, as Urgot.
At least Maxwell's gone for a base from Urgot's point of view, right? Noodles running out of mana would have been in a really difficult position if Baxel was stuck around. Of course, the Aurora also like on the weaker side of mana. Had Cooper walking out towards the top side means that top side play is completely mitigated. The Amumu does get crab, but then just has the base because they have nothing to do up there anymore. And you kind of mitigate that early prior, whereas Nation could have looked for something on bot side, but if anything had presented itself, instead Broder decided mid lane looked quite tasty this time of year, and unfortunately Lost Times does not agree.
This is going to be kind of a really slow-paced game at times, as there isn't going to get chunked. Same with Lost Times here. We're on to ADC mid laners as Coop looking for an engage. There's the push, but it's not going to be in range. Baxel now flashless, needs to read this perfectly. Doesn't even get close. Doesn't even get close. Flag and drag into the disdain. And it's going to be first blood to Nation. They chose to not give it over to Urgot for some reason, but you know what? It's fine. The cross map was beyond successful.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful from the two of them. Nation turns up. Baxel literally has scuttle vision and nothing else. Nation can walk around that very easily. He can even flag and drag over it if he's worried about it. Noodle sets up the vision, and it's just it's just too far forward for Baxel, which I feel like has been a little bit of a theme for both top players, to be fair, in this series. It's not just him, but
not just for the top laners. For most of these players, for like half of the team.
It's been especially a theme in top side though.
Oh yeah, they have the lion's share of deaths in this series. I'm pretty confident saying they have probably close to half.
By a lot. I'd have to look back at it. I'm getting the number 9 in my head for last game from Noodles.
That was 9 from Noodles, and it was like 6 from Baxel that game.
I don't know
like,
how many one actually had.
He was at 5 at least. I know he had 5. He might have had more, but Conduit going for early dragon, not really a surprise, as Baxel stares at Noodles. That's all he really can do. As Hoop spotted on a ward. There's nothing to do at cross map at this point in the game because the grubs are at a weird spawn timer. Because Anacon's out.
I mean, again, that's the passivity that we want to see from Noodles. Is lower mana, has a tough time sticking around properly if he wants to right now, as Chrome's also in an awkward position, but with the jungler being showing on top side, Chrome alone feels that he can just kind of stand here, even without flash, he can just kind of be there.
A lot of damage onto Derisen, but it's just going to force a base, honestly. No teleport here for Derisen either, but it's been keeping tempo and hasn't lost it yet. As wait a second, flash for flash? What did he even flash through there? His lost times is just going to get jumped on by Barolo. Coop went for the way downtown right there, as will get hit by the bandage toss now. Lost times has no CC at the moment. Actually got the root off into the fissure, and John Cools dodges away.
Yoink.
Went for the blind, or went for the block, didn't get it. So doesn't really do anything. And then steals the kill. Just walks in, steals the kill.
Yep, that's mine, says the support.
He didn't do
Taking
anything.
the mid laner's kill. He got the kill. I'll have you know.
True, he did get the kill.
No,
I don't think
that's what he did.
He didn't do anything else. He threw a single auto and yoinked the kill.
Yeah.
See, if he had Halo Blades, I would have respected it, because I do that when I have extra Halo Blades autos. I'm like, this is mine. I want to use my... I need to keep my percentage up, dude. The game makes me feel bad when I drop my percentage down.
Yeah, and also, you know, you are the carry, right?
I mean, if you
gotta
are
do that
Poppy,
when
you
Halo
are the
Blades.
carry. Just get a million armor, and you are the carry.
Right.
Like, what are they going to do to stop you? You're Poppy.
Deadman's Plate's so good. Like, just do that.
Just do that again.
Super.
As Coop has ulti, Chrome needs to be careful positioning here. As nice encore, but the
great
Bandage Toss connects into the curse of the Sad Mummy. Emerge gonna get his hands on this one, just not into the wall there. Barolo hit by the bullet time. Coop just needs to stall a little bit longer. Needs to be a little more careful. They do have the Eclipse there to secure the survive at no HP, but it is an expensive one for nothing. On the side of the monkeys.
Yeah, it costs a chunk.
Nasty. Baxel, why would you do that?
Vibes, I guess. The enemy top laner flashed. I may as well flash, even though I'm gonna fall down. I mean, yeah, not the best at the end.
That animation's so gross. Why does the fissure look like that? Sorry, it's throwing me off.
Skins and stuff.
Ew.
But yeah, overall, I mean, this is developed into quite the unstable game state now, right? Conduit have found a lot in actually making plays on towards top side, which is shocking, bearing in mind where the initial jungle pathing went. Cooper went from bot up to top to try and ensure Baxel had a safe early game, and he's 0-2. Instead, Cooper's actually found the value going down towards bot lane, which is off tempo for him, and Asian's found value going up towards top lane, which is off tempo for him. So both junglers doing things on the other side of the map from what they tried to do at the start, and yet it's still somewhat working, as it's now 2-2. The gold is technically even at the top, but it's spread very differently between the two teams, and in between the roles, I guess.
Look, the shoe is on the other foot for Baxel now. After game 2 where they went even, game 1 where he won, it's finally his time to learn what it's like to suffer.
That is like 50% of top lane games, to be fair. He signed up for this.
Most league games suffer. You got a bad matchup? Sucks. That's tough.
Womp womp. Cry about it.
Stop buying Dark Sealant. I guess technically it's only one death. But
it's not too bad.
It's not awful.
I don't hate that.
It's early enough.
It's another thing, like, you just, in case it works, like, you may as well, and if it doesn't, then you lose, like, nothing. It's such a cheap thing. Upgrading it to the Magi's is a very different story.
That's a different story. That is a 900. That's a 900 gold investment. That is
quite the large committal. But just the Dark Seal, it's not much different from an Amp Tome, with the difference that it, of course, doesn't build into an item apart from the Magi's. But
I was gonna say it was. It's one really good item built into sometimes.
I feel like in basically every situation, it's similar to like the Cull, right? If your base allows it, you should probably get it, and then if it works, great. If it doesn't, oh well, we move on. I feel like that's kind of where I sit. Not there. Chrome Alone showing he's not afraid, even though he has died a couple times.
Well, you can't say a
May as
couple
well.
times.
No, the bot lane died a couple times.
Okay, I was like, you can't say a
That's
couple
kinda what I
times
meant.
when
I
it's
didn't-
one.
You must understand how fried I am.
I know, it's fair. It's awful right now as Nation, coming off of a few bad smites, maybe looking for a little measure of revenge. A Spiraling Despair connects. Nice block by John Cool. They will get a nice scout of the week into the Encore double in the Cataclysm. Curse is only going to be able to find one. Cooper going to walk away with the 1-for-1 there. And I mean, they trade John Cool, but it's another kill for Nation, most importantly.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like it was so much nicer than a 1-for-1. We saw easy Cataclysm in the pit there from Nation into a 4-man Encore with 2 of them stuck in the Thunderdome. But there's just no way into the pit for Conduit.
is Barolo
They
going
do
to
everything
do?
from over the wall. If they've been taking the time to get around, then maybe they can follow up a little bit better on that. But yeah, chase down's also then quite difficult as well. Instead, they play it safer where they are from over the wall, but you end up not really getting the value out of such an electric play as what that could have been from Chrome alone. Instead, you just kind of accept that it's a 1-for-1. You lost the Drake, and now they did lose that Drake, right? I'm not crazy.
They did. They did. They didn't get the steal because John Cool just walked into the back of the pit.
Yeah,
Just press the W button once it got
my
his right
brain's
range.
just I'm confused that the Drakes have been taken because I thought we had like the no signal for the first Drake this game. Maybe that was
Hold
game
on.
2.
I don't even know. Dog, I'm
It's
kinda
1-1 in Drakes. That's what
It's
matters.
1-1.
It doesn't really matter which Drake was taken when.
Not at this point.
The teams might care a little bit about having an Infernal for that little bit of extra AP or AD compared to
Cloud,
the
I
Hex deck,
guess.
which
Or
is,
Hex
I
deck.
think,
it's Cloud now.
haste and attack speed.
Attack speed and haste, which is all around
Useful.
good. All
Yeah, I
around
mean,
good.
both
of these
these-
are good.
Both these do have some value, but the Cloud Soul much more important to be focusing
Yes,
on, and that
the
is still 3
value.
Drakes away.
Speaking of value, the maximum value of the Cloud Soul, as it is already Bloodthirster for Emerged.
The one champion that
I guess
hates
it's
Cloud
12.
Soul.
I guess it is 12 minutes in, so it's not surprising. The one champ that hates Cloud Soul, Misfortune. Oh yeah.
Has
Move.
to stand still. I feel like on a par with Jin.
Up there with Jin for like least useful.
But even
Zera,
he gets to make use of the. Yeah, Jin gets to make use of the fact that he gets the move speed, right?
he does. He gets the move
Zera.
speed from. I guess no, MF does too. MF has the crazy as Flash immediately away. John Cool's threat there with the, not the audacious heroic charge. I hate having
Yes.
both of those in the game. As yeah, there's the steadfast presence. Speaking of steadfast, as Derisive forced to flash away. Nice scout of the week away from John Cooper, or just Cooper. Sorry, I'm mixing up people now. There's too many J and then hard consonant as another one for
Charges
Noodles
and-
comes through. Baxel. No, just didn't get out. Took one more auto as holy hell, that was a 500 damage smite coming through. Yeah, Lost Times got one of those too. It's just for champions instead of dragons.
I mean, that is disgusting damage from the Severing Bolt, but it's also disgustingly good in the top side for Conduit. It feels like right now it's positives and negatives every single play. Now we're up. Look before at the top of our screens, it was 2-2, and the gold was so split in terms of where it was. Now the gold is still even, even enough at the top of the screen, and yet it feels even more divided between who has it in what positions. Noodles getting that solo kill, absolutely massive for them to keep snowballing that advantage that they got given from all that pressure on the top side. And then back the other way, Monkeys find a solo kill through mid. So now everyone from their not top lane
Oh no,
has got a lot of kill
This-
participation, a lot of extra gold.
Okay, they aren't stepping up that far, but you see the double control wards are huge to allow
Cooper's
these
hit
lane
too.
ganks. As Cooper is up here now.
He doesn't have
no,
ult though.
No curse, yeah. Meanwhile, the box is ready, though it's not really Noodles' favorite thing. Why does it say Urgot's ulti's available?
I'm kind
I-
of scared that it actually is, because he used it, but it does not have that long of a cooldown. Apparently, that is kind of crazy.
It has it
70
already been a minute?
seconds on a Fear Beyond Death.
At 12? Oh wait, no, it's 85. He has 15 seconds of haste on that thing. Holy
Cleaver.
cleaver! I know that's still insane. A minute
Is it
10 on
20
an
haste on
execute.
Cleaver? anyways.
On court, Cleanse
Much more into
coming
that.
through. They want the chase down onto Chrome, and they're gonna force out the Seraph's shield at least, but that is maybe worth a cleanse.
They had kill threat if Emerge just walked down instead of walking up.
That is
Like
true.
the only difference that needed there is Emerge just like walks down, or he flashes to get the Seraphine in the ult longer.
Oh, so Rolo
Oh,
is going to not really zone as Kurz comes in off of a hook onto Derizen, or a bandage toss, I guess. It's really an inverted hook.
you
That's
get
a
2 of those
Kurz
in this game.
You get 2 of those just forever. It's all the time.
Oh, I don't know the Barolo.
Oh, Barolo?
He's an inverted hook.
He has an inverted hook. That is truly an inverted hook, as Nation not even here. They try to steal with the double E's this time, as Herald charging through.
5v4.
We're gonna get hit. It's 5v4. The Cataclysm is nice. Where's the follow-up though? Cooper and Lost Time surviving for so long, finally going to drop to Chrome alone. And the chase down continues, as this should be a kill onto Emerge.
Beautiful.
So well done. Separating from Jean Cool. I don't know if that was the correct way to go about it. But Jean Cool gonna get stunned up off of the smite, and Conduit this is, what a 180. This back door really did change this team, or the front door really did change this team apparently.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, we talked about the tilting ability after the game 1 in the fashion that game 1.
Oh,
How tilting must it be for Monkeys to lose in the fashion
lose.
they lost in game 2?
to just have
It
someone
feels
to
like we're
run
not
into
so
your
far
face.
apart.
I mean, yeah, it was 21-2 in like 27 minutes in the first game, where it really didn't need to be 27 minutes, but Monkeys were just taking their time to get a huge advantage and then just not win. Definitely sucks, especially to lose off of someone just running into your base and you not doing a damn thing about it. Maybe
Multiple
they
of your own
are.
mistakes. Like it's a compounding factor like that. I feel like it must be having an effect on this game. Let's not forget, they also chose to go to red side for this, right? They lose the previous game, they get to choose which side they go on to. They chose to go red side. They draft the
counter pick.
Aurora into the Urgot. And that's the kind of part of the draft that's actually been going the worst right now. Before that fight, no one, apart from Jean Cool, even had a death. Not cool back, right? Everyone else in that 4v4 had been completely scot-free. Now, it's looking very different.
That's a kill.
Very different.
Dangerous. Just with the Black Cleaver, just able to shred through so much. Has the max rank machine gun. So it is just constant DPS for Noodles on whoever he wants. They're trying to turn on to Nation, possibly. Emerge needs a good ulti angle, as is he gonna overstay this? He's trying to turn. Flash out, flash follow. Noodles is going to get shut down, but on the other end of the map, huge Cataclysm for a triple kill for Nation. And you said we saw his game 1, you said his game 2 needed to be the turnaround, but it's truly game 3 that is the turnaround for debatably the best jungler in the league.
I'm glad it's come. He was slowly brewing throughout this series, maybe with the slowest start possible, but he's now properly revved up, switching into high gear as he looks to keep on accelerating through the rest of this game. The snowball has certainly started rolling, and it's another play that the Monkeys don't need to be making, right? It's great from Conduit that they're able to punish as emphatically as they do, but we just saw Lost Time lose the 1v1 in top side, with Baxel moving up to top side to cover. That means that 2 of your members have been used to stop 1 from the enemy team. Simple numbers. You use 2, they use 1. They have 4 left, you have 3 left. And yet still Monkeys walk forward, take a fight with numbers disadvantage, and Conduit have an amazing one-more combo comp. Like, this was the most expected outcome possible. The kills going over to Nation is the only part that was up in the air. It was who was going to get the kills. It's not how the kills were going to... It's not you. If the kills were going to go, it's who was going to pick them up.
Speaking of picking up kills, Noodles is not letting that solo kill deter him in the slightest, even with the... I mean, the Shadow Flame's going to be nice later, if Baxel can even get this guy low. has a nice amount of AP on it, but this guy has so much HP.
He's a tanky boy. Even at one item, he's about to base for a second. He is precisely where he wants to be right now on the Urgot. And, I mean, precisely where he wants to be as well. Just constantly threatening on the side lanes. 5v5s could get a little bit awkward, even with this humongous advantage that Conduit have built for themselves over the past 5 to 10 minutes. But they don't have to 5v5 if they don't want to. They can keep Noodles in the side lane, and someone has to respond to him. And it's very similar to what we saw in Game 2. If no one's responding to Noodles, or even if the wrong person is responding to Noodles, it could be game-ending.
Derizen is going to catch out a merge. The barrier just gonna keep him alive. The lockets are gonna just keep him alive. Not gonna happen though, as Noodles getting locked down on the other side of the map. They're deciding it's time to punish this Urgot, but Conduit are punishing this bot duo alone in the mid lane. Chrome Alone 316 says it is not going well for your team, and it looks like this mid-tier 2 is not long for the Rift, as this is the Seraphine of all time. It's working.
Can I just say that I love that you went for it?
What?
I love that you saw the scoreboard and you went for it.
I did. I had to. I forgot how the line went. It's kind of, my brain is, I'm sweating and I'm tired.
I believe it is I just whooped your ass.
Yes, I know. I'm a wrestling fan. I should know this. I'm such a mark. Sorry, guys.
But at any rate, that is going to be Drake's now equalized by Conduit. I mean, it's the exact same play by the Monkeys. They send 2 players towards top side and then fight mid with 3. And the only mitigating factor was that this time the Jarvan was on the Drake instead of fighting, but it didn't really change anything. Like, it's still just not a play to be made for the Monkeys. They step up and they die again. Like, they just don't need to step up there. It's a nice punish once more from Conduit, but it feels like right in this game, we're talking a lot more about Conduit finding the punishes as opposed to forcing the great plays. They are good plays they're finding, but it's Monkeys giving them angles that just are completely unnecessary. How many times have we seen the Monkeys walk forward when they're down in numbers? It feels like it's been way too many.
Is not looking pretty. They've gotten a lot of value. I was talking trash on the Darkseal. It's a Medjai's now with 10 stacks as Coop maybe a little odd, but Nation going to be able to drop out. And the Seraphine is more than keeping tempo with the Misfortune. They haven't really found the wombo combo that they've been looking for. Conduit have found so many.
Are we going to talk items at some point though? Like, we just point out the Magi's. That is an Imperial mandate. I feel like we need to talk about that.
Yeah, new mandate is really good. It just got adjusted, I guess. I don't know. You could depending on what champion you are. Could be a buff, could be a nerf. But I believe it. What is it now? It's so weird. It's ability haste and
it's got 60 AP.
Yeah,
and you get a lot of haste on your E. Like it's haste for immobilizing effects.
There you go.
Beyond the other haste you get, so you can effectively get 35 haste on like Seraphine E. I'm surprised to see in this situation. It's kind of like the AP of a proto belt, but it's clearly working.
Okay, Baxel getting out of dodge, but just the flash Q forwards to secure it. Another execute onto the bunny girl. It is all Noodles on these side lanes right now. And Cooper full sending, but there's no follow-up at all. He's surviving for so long, but there's no damage in response.
Cooper, I don't like that play, boy. Since we're talking about bunny girls.
Where's Emerge? You're going for this
nowhere
play
to be
with...
seen.
Yeah,
it's so
clearing mid.
It's just completely uncoordinated from the Monkeys. It's just like it's falling apart around them, and they have to bring this back. They have to like somehow steady this ship, because I mean, like, I think based off of this type of a pause as well, they might just be on tilt right now. They're we didn't see a disconnect. Just having a quick look through that chat there, it didn't look like there was a disconnect. It didn't look like there was an obvious reason. I think this seems to be kind of an attempt at a tilt pause more than anything else.
This is is it the timeout? Is this a CS moment?
Is it? I mean, I feel like
Seeing a-
they need it. Like for how this game has gone, from how game 2 has ended. We talked said in game 1 about the resistance to tilt that Conduit clearly have, because they've been able to push through the whole of this lower bracket run after being put into the lower bracket in such a tilting manner. And yet the Monkeys, it feels like the ones are actually maybe slightly less tested in that regard, and they're crumbling a little bit right now.
I mean, they haven't really had a ton of pushback this season. 2 series losses, only a handful even going to 3. They haven't needed to worry about resilience. It's the same thing with Elysium. Like, you spend so much time never getting knocked down, you forget what it's like to get punched in the mouth sometimes. And it really, and then you remember, it really hurts.
Yeah, when you get knocked down, you can't get back up again, and they're easily going to keep you down.
It's just, I mean, yeah, this Conduit team, they spent most of the season down until very late in the season where they surged, and they've been surging, so they probably have the more, I guess, tilt resistance, just for lack of a better term. They got that resilience.
I can get with that tilt resistance. I like that.
They know how to play not just from behind in a game, but behind in a series, and find angles that you probably shouldn't be able to find, like that Fiora from last game.
The ability to still be in the game is so important as well, right? It's the lack of just giving up when you think that it's gone. They keep on going, they keep on battling, and it's worked out very well throughout this series. To bring it back from where it was at 1-0 and looking like it really should be 2, they have set themselves up to make it 2-1. And if they don't, it has to be said, from this game state, it will be their fault if they don't make it 2-1 in their favor.
Absolutely, as they're full sending into a 3-man encore into the 2-man Cataclysm, but there's no one around. Maybe this is the angle, but now Noodles is here. It's a shutdown onto Nation, but the fear comes through. The curse is not going to be enough. This guy is so damn fed. Derision going forwards. Emerge tanking tower shots. They're still going to be able to trade, but it's John Cool who survives, and it is an ace through for Conduit. And that could very well be game 3 in the bag and put them on match point.
Well, I just said it'd be their fault, or they didn't. And they did. They kind of just did precisely what they needed to.
They could end. They could have ended.
It was dangerous, I think.
I can see it's dangerous. That's fair.
The turret clear isn't great. They don't have any attack speed.
They have Ergon. Hold on.
Like, he doesn't have much turret damage. Comparative to, like, it's not bad, but it's not enough.
I can see it, but I
think in the time, I think just taking the Drake is the safer of the options.
Oh, it is absolutely the safe play.
But then again, you could argue that the enemy team not having Nexus is also pretty safe. So,
but it was a 5v3 because they did drop 2 members, so it would have been risky to do, especially without, like, Syndra ulti to immediately remove someone from play. Could have seen an angle for it, but they're going to play smart. They're going to get their GA on their Jarvan. They're going to get Death Cap. Yeah, just Derision resetting there. Full stack on the Medjais for Chrome alone. As Rylai's comes through. Man, you stole the words from me. This is unfair. This is biased against me. Stole my words as I was going to say it. As it's 619. We're just getting all the wrestling references today. Thank you, Chrome alone. You're doing incredible work. And now these E's are going to stun on double. And, well, the base won't last too long if they just get the Baron, as Cooper's not even on the right side of the rift. Poppy and a Mumu with a trailing Hui to get this Ergon. They're
dash out of the. They got a dash out of the Ergon.
Baron Siege sucks, but it doesn't really matter when you're not close to try and contest it.
Monkeys all out of sorts right now. Just scrambling for anything that could possibly work, but everything they're throwing at the wall is not sticking, unfortunately.
He has no teleport. Why are you even worried about him? He can't teleport to the play, so it's not like you were gonna push him out of one.
It looked like that was their idea as, like, at a cross map.
This
Goodbye.
hurts.
yeah, I don't even know who did more damage. I don't know if that was more like Syndra things and Seraphine
Yeah,
finished it off.
Seraphine finished it. You saw the Storm Surge, so yeah, I think Durizen did most of the work there. But it doesn't really matter as the turret falls and just fully eating a spiraling despair. Noodles is so tanky. Cooper fishing for an engage for a merge, but they're not finding anything. And it's just getting chunked by this long-range poke from Chrome.
I mean, this game is very, very fastly running towards its natural conclusion. One maybe heroic fight for monkeys to try and turn things around, but even if they do, like, they're going to get the GA out of the Jarvan. Like, it's so that you have to get onto these two APCs. Has to be the Syndra, has to be the Seraphine. Anything else is not enough.
As John
not even a big shutdown.
Falling ass. Gets the stun. The follow-up is there for the Severing Bolt. It's a nice shutdown, but they're going to lose their top tier 3, and the inhibs are exposed. Wait, Durizen into deep,
okay.
And it doesn't even matter. Then you missed everything. Enough is done. As
they get this every
two. They're getting Chrome alone. He's so low. The Encore only finds 1. They're hitting into Barolo, though, and Barolo is so tanky. They need to get someone else. John Cool getting chain CC'd. Emerge trying what he can. He just needs one last hit, but he's not gonna get it. Chrome gonna secure that one. John Cool needing to run from the minions, and the monkeys swing, and I mean they saved their base. They get 3 kills. That is not nothing, but it is such a large 10k after all is said and done, still in the favor of Conduit.
They needed that Seraphine as well. They knew that they needed the Seraphine as well, but they couldn't quite close the distance. The Rylai's providing so much value. Like,
that's why I hate
unexplainable amounts of value from that one item during that fight. Chrome, like, he can just play the spacing so much easier as a result, and the one E to get a root was all he needed to outspace Emerge in the end. His damage is still disgusting. Like, the only way you can really see that working is if Emerge finds a way to flash over the E. I feel like there's a small chance there. When the beat drops, you flash over it. But he used the flash at a different point in the play.
Yeah.
And it didn't quite work out. He didn't quite close the distance, and then he couldn't quite make it. Tries to W between rotations of spells from Chrome, but couldn't quite find it. And as a result, the Seraphine's still up, still has 25 Magi stacks, still has a 1,000 gold shutdown on her head. But Chrome Lone feels very unlikely to be losing that shutdown for the Seraphine.
Just so insulated as well. You saw how hard Barolo fought to zone 3 people for him, as they will full send once again onto the Urgot, and they should succeed here. No Sterax anymore, and should not have a fear beyond death, and Cooper gonna pick up that one. They did.
That was right at the end. I saw an animation of, like, the hammer spinning.
They no charge poppycoptered.
I mean, I don't know if that's like a KS attempt or if that was just like
extra CC. You saw how close he actually got to getting that kill.
I'm shocked at that, but that's now another ultimate use, and they're just hide on bush now. Conduit, they can fight 4v5 now because they have such an advantage. Even without their Urgot, they can just look for this. They can fish.
They're looking for Baxel, but Cooper doesn't have ulti, and they're kind of just sending on to the 2 tankiest members of their team. Cooper just not connecting with these Qs at the moment. Barolo getting chunked down right now. The Encore is going to connect big. Nation with the dunk, and it's going to be 2 for 1 now as John Cool trying to do what he can. Baxel trying to put some damage out. Lost times going to even out these numbers. 2v2 as they need to outduel Chrome alone right now, but Noodles is going into the base. They're just looking to stall this one out and end the game on another front door attempt. As Nation has lost times locked down, it is John Cool versus Noodles for the base, as Lost Times getting mastery flashed and should be dead. It's actually better if he doesn't kill him, by the way. As Poppycopter ejection. Poppycopter ejection comes through, but inhib respawn not even gonna matter. John Cool can't stomp both of these, both champs and the minions coming in. And Conduit, statement win as they get another ace in game number 3. And they are 1 win away from Loki being happy.
I mean, what a turnaround from where we were talking, like, an hour ago, this series looked almost locked up for the Monkeys, and now they're staring at their first real adversity in BOL Prem this season. Elimination point. They must win these next 2 games, otherwise they lose everything that they will have been working towards for so long. I'm shocked that it's come to this quickly, but Conduit, it had to take all the credit. They've done an amazing job of righting the ship after game 1 and setting sail for an amazing game 2 and game 3. Amazing game 2 end and game 3 total.
An amazing game 2 end for one person and an amazing game 3. Monkeys do not look like themselves, obviously, this game. Like, pretty much at all. They started pulling it back. We saw them take some nice even fights to get kill advantages, but by that point, it was just way too late. Like, going 3 for 1 when your tier 3 just got taken and your inhib is threatened by Urgot, you're still down 10k after all is said and done. Like, it's a little too late to start pulling these fights out of your ass and finding these wins, you know? Like, if they did this when they were down 5k and they had all their tier 3 standing and maybe a tier 2, good, but the gold lead's way too far. You're going to need so many of these in a row. It's kind of unrealistic to even entertain the idea. And we saw what happened. A second backdoor.
Mm-hmm. The front door has been burst down quite effectively to this point, where there's not much of a difference anymore from Conduit's point of view. They take 2 Nexuses. Nexi? Not really sure, but we'll see if they can make it 3 when we get back for Game 4 draft after this.
And we are back for what, according to Loki, is game number 6, but it's actually game number 4 after Conduit play a dominant game 3 as they are on to the red side where they look to clinch the championship. Monkeys looking to extend it to one final game and to apparently game 7, which is real sports, not fake esports.
I can get behind that though. If we want to, send
Best
down
of
that
7 is
pathway.
insane. No, please do not do
No,
best
no,
of
no,
7.
not like actually playing it, but like calling it Game 7.
Oh, we could do that because it's funnier.
Yeah. We need a different song though. We like Silver Scrapes wouldn't quite work.
I don't know. You're asking the wrong
Um,
person. As monkeys get the Ezreal that they taunted last game on R1, it is B1 this time for them.
I have
No
to say,
karma
from their
though.
perspective, if only they had.
If only they took it last game. Imagine what would have happened. It's not
Just
even like
like-
Copy Ezreal doesn't work. It's actually fine. They're gonna steal the
I
Nami
feel
away.
Many things would have potentially been different, but Conduit did a very good job in that game, mitigating what monkeys wanted. And to be fair, Jarvan into double immobile,
What
also
the hell am I
pretty
looking
tasty.
at? I'm sorry.
Brand is filthy.
He is. He's broken still, but
He
I
is.
was
He is slightly nerfed on this patch.
So like they did nerf his percent damage actually pretty crazy on whatever his passive is called.
His passive has gone from 8% in the early game to 6%, but that's like when you hit three abilities.
Yeah, it's when you hit
Doesn't
your
have
passive
much in
on
the early
him.
game anyway. And
I mean,
E-mana cost
8%
of
extra damage
aging-
is not bad.
Is a different 2% damage difference, right?
The
But
question is this jungle.
that's the thing. It can be basically anywhere still. The E-mana cost change does hurt a bit. Now it's 90 mana the whole way through the game instead of being 70 at the early levels because you weren't really upgrading E early. So that will hurt potentially if you want to take it into one of the lanes. But Brand bot lane was one of the nastiest things
It
on
still
16-12,
Still going
and
to
it
be.
won't change much. It won't change
Literally
much.
will not-
today.
Oh baby, we're making a call here. We are absolutely making a call on this bot lane for monkeys. Blitzcrank Mixcrank is coming out, unless it's the forbidden jungle Blitzcrank tech. Full AD,
Unlikely
full
outcome.
AD.
I'm gonna go with unlikely on the Blitzcrank jungle.
What do you
tech.
mean, Mr.
As
Steal Yo
Loki
Cam?
is crashing out about Blitzcrank being picked, I'm not against it until I get to see it fail. When it fails,
it's
then
not
I'll be
Blitzcrank.
against it, and I'll have been against it from the start. Into Enchanter though, like it's fine, right? Into Enchanters,
It's Brungle.
it has its place.
Brangle.
Conduit doing this thing where they break their flexes instantly.
It could still be mid lane. It
It
was very
could.
unlikely to be. It was very unlikely to be Brand Nami bot lane. That sounds butt ass.
I mean, Nami does a real good job of buffing up mages
It does
as well
buff
as
up his spells, but it's just like, is that what you want in this situation?
probably not. But Nami was the sixth best synergy with Brown bot lane over the past 2 weeks, so it's honestly not that bad.
Loki is agreeing.
I feel like
I don't think Loki knows the numbers.
I don't know why we're doing this. I guess if you don't want to pick top lane, then you have to break that flex on
I'm impressed
3.
we took Kog'Maw. That's what
But
I'm impressed by.
Also, Cogmore is a bit out there. I
bit?
will definitely concede that.
A bit out there.
Quite a bit.
lot
I'll
out
extend it
there.
quite a bit.
I don't even know if he's like the top 10 ADC right now in the game, excluding mages, because the best ADCs in the game are actually mages.
I'd have to create a tier list. He might commit like 15th, I reckon.
Like Yunara's on the table, buffed Kai'Sa's on the table, even though it's not like perfect here. Still, as Viego going to be not blinded, it's very
Honestly,
likely Mundo jungle.
Buff Felios is on the table.
I'm impressed no one's contesting Aphelios. He got nice number tweaks. He got some nice number tweaks.
And
Loki
now
doesn't
Conduit
approve.
have
What the
broken their
hell?
flex entirely by taking
Viego, so it is
Viego
brand
here.
mid. The scary Mordekaiser man. It's been banned by monkeys like for all eternity.
Very
And
true.
Vex, buffed Vex.
Okay.
They gave her very small buffs that probably don't make her that much better, but she's here. I don't know why they took Vex, actually.
Vex is one of Brand mid's best matchups. As in for the brand?
Yeah, I was gonna say you kind of want someone that can wave clear really well.
Uh-huh.
They got rid of the Lux, they got rid of the Andy. Those are two options that are good at matching it. As Shen is going to be the top lane matchup for the Mordekaiser. Unless we get really funky, and I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, it may have messed up on the damage profile if they'd done this, but if you really want to counter a brand, you go Neferi, you match him with a Neferi, because as with most things that rely on like single target abilities at some point,
Oh, just
the
throw a dog in
dogs
front of
are
them.
good.
Dogs.
The dogs are pretty damn good at mitigating that. I would have really liked to see that from monkeys, but maybe that's more like an individual champ pool type thing. If their mid lane isn't comfortable playing Neferi, then probably better not to. But that's not by any means the only option, right? You can outrange him with things like Zera, Vel'Koz. You
Xerath
can
would've been
just
crazy
kill
here.
him with things like Irelia, things like Fizz, Akali.
I'm not expecting. I don't
Katarina
ever want to
said-
see a Fizz. I never want to see
Whatever-
a Fizz.
Whatever murder tool is your preference, you can go for it. Doesn't have to be one of those ones. If you have an
could've run with
assassin
the
that you like
Xerath.
playing, you can go for it. As it outranging, also solid. Instead, they choose to pick into one of Brand Mid's best matchups. I don't quite see the value, if I'm honest. Mordekaiser as a blind, sure, dependable. Especially when we're getting later into these guys' champ pools. This is at the end of the day like a D4 cap league. The champ pools are not going to be the deepest, so seeing comfort at this point is precisely what you'd expect, and that there is a Baxel comfort in the Mordekaiser. I don't hate this from monkeys, but at the same time, they haven't made it easy for themselves in Game 4 here.
Well, I mean, they've basically not made this easy for themselves for the past 2 games, so why not make it 3 with your season on the line? I am not a fan of this comp, but it's what they believe in it, and that's what's important to me, or to them, I guess. Conduit looked much better, even with some of the Kog'Maw picks out here. Yeah, it's really just him, honestly. He's the big issue on this team in terms of synergy. There's so many better ADCs if you really wanted this hyper carry rapid fire champion. Yunara's here. She's not as long range, but she's here. She
Yeah, I
does
mean,
so
it's
much
another
more
weird thing.
damage.
It's like Ezreal's kind of good into Kog'Maw as well. Like, at least on this patch, like today, he's done well.
As of
Overall,
today,
he's
one
not.
day.
He's not. Overall, he apparently it's a losing matchup. Like for last patch,
Hmm.
I don't know what's changed. Maybe it's just a small sample size thing, but Ezreal, Nami, Blitzcrank, Ezreal. There are 2 very easy hook targets there that are going to be very impactful if you can land them, and Ezreal's going to have a decent amount of follow-up damage to add on to that. Later on in the game, there's also going to be plenty more viable targets for this Blitzcrank to hook. Right? If ever a game was going to come down to support play, it's this one right here. It is going to come down to how well this Blitzcrank can land a hook on literally any target not named Shen. Like
I mean,
every
that's-
single champ from Conduit, apart from their top lane, is a viable target, and that has to be scary at some point.
No HP Kog'Maw. Watch it. Watch it save the day on the hook. Diabolical. I'm so ready for it because I know it's going to happen. The hook is going to kill Kog'Maw. It's going to pull him in, and he's going to bomb the team somehow.
That would
I'm
be
so
sick.
ready for it. That would be insane, but that is such a stupid play that I'm calling it because it's funny. But the time for jokes might be over unless you are one Phoenix from Valorant. Conduit looking to end this thing on the back of a Viego Kog'Maw brand core, and Monkeys getting a little out there with a Mordekaiser and Vex and Blitzcrank. Can the Monkeys extend it, or will Conduit end it? We will see you guys on the Rift for game number 4.
To protect these flames, these haunted dreams never ending, clinging to the promises of life reborn, up on the roof of this world. Distant voices calling for the final fight. We will answer with victory. Yeah, long have we fought for these lands.
time for game number 4 as Jonquil not going for the invade. Sorry, game number 6 according to Loki. I forgot. Sorry. As
Game
no
6.
Blitzcrank shenanigans, which is
Yeah.
usually what you want. And yes, Chrome knows. Dun 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 dun. I do that so much whenever I get Kog'Maw on ARAM. I just piss off my teammates by spamming Control 1. It's the best.
Emote spam's always the most informative part of an ARAM experience.
Kog'Maw has good
And-
emote. Look, sometimes you play like Sony and you have terrible emote spam, and sometimes you play Kog'Maw who has incredible emote spam. Look, it's a mixed bag. Or Nami.
It really is.
Control 4 spam on Nami, my favorite thing. It's Jonquil. Fishing. Breather of
Fishing
Bees,
against a fish. I mean, that should surely give an advantage, no?
but it's not the sushi skin.
What if he
It's
just walks
Jonquil.
forward and levels E instead?
Walking.
Okay.
No, he's just gonna get Chrome alone. The Ignite goes down, the heal is burned, and Ghost as well. Jonquil stays
Did he actually
winning.
lose that trade?
He lost that trade, but overall they won that trade for now.
Sure.
For the
Oh,
very
yeah.
short time that they win this trade.
But they also lost level 2 prio. Chrome just tanks that hook to get level 2 first. It comes up pretty fast.
He does
from
burn both his
Emergent
potions
Jonquil.
there for some reason. I don't know if he
Also
needed to.
true. I mean,
You
he
have
is back
Nami.
at full HP. That gives him some safety now for the next Blitzcrank hook if it hits to
but
not
you
just
have
be dead.
Nami, you really didn't need it.
But you do have an army. And he also has like the heal debuff applied, right? Because after you get healed, you get less like sources of healing that actually apply to you.
It's no. I think it is.
It's like
just
you get like
heal.
less healing is applied. Is it just heal summoner spell?
It
doesn't do
should
that?
just be on heal.
Ah, maybe. I always read it as like you
Champions
heal less.
Champions affected by heal cause subsequent heals to reduce by 50%.
See, I just read that as
heal-
like heals, as in like healing.
Yeah, no, it is specifically the heal summoner spell to prevent teams from just running like 3 heals in a team fight and
Fair.
just going back to
That would
full.
be cool though.
That's probably how it did work, honestly. Let's be real. There's
It
a
probably
reason.
is.
Knowing that this thing is because this has been around since the inception of the game,
Yeah.
knowing how early League of Legends was, it probably did stack with itself, like Cleaver stacking with itself. So 4 Cleavers just insta-procced carve.
Leandries.
Leandries stacked with other Leand. I think it still does stack with the other Leandries actually, but not with itself. You can't build 2 You can't even build 2 Leandries in general now. Right, said no.
How times have changed.
Bring back maximum heal. Let me see what happens. Bot lane won't.
You know what we
suck.
should never bring back? The ability of Bran to do what I just saw there. Presses
What?
the W on the
Presses
wave,
W,
ease through, and
Clears
free
the whole
hope.
wave? What do you
Ju-
mean bring it
Clears
back?
the wave and also free trading for literally like 0 risk onto Lost, who is now also down in mana and down HP in mid lane. Like, look
Can't
at
say-
that.
Yeah,
What is
I've-
the counterplay to that?
Dude, there is none. As someone who's played against so many brands in bot lane, there's no counter.
Oh,
As
disgusting.
another
Hello,
hook
Hook.
lands onto Chrome alone. The bubble is going to be nice and a good amount of healing coming out, but you could see the damage coming out from Emerge is getting kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, he is starting to do the things. Tyr also already stacking, which is good to see. Found a little window for an early base. Instead of going for the cull that Chrome Lone's gone for, gets himself, I mean, as you'd expect on Nezreal, early Tyr. Stick around the lane a little bit longer and really put the pressure onto Chrome, who is now going to be chunking out Barolo's mana bar to get him back to a place where he can tank another hook.
Another one. It
Speaking of
hits
which-
onto the fish this time. Way more important. They get the flash out of Barolo. And that, I mean, forcing Cog to not have his lane partner that also heals him on repeat, that's pretty valuable. If I do say so myself, and I do.
Then you say so yourself. But can they really punish it while the Nami
No.
isn't there? That's the proper question.
They've
Yeah,
pushed
I-
too hard.
if they just go for the hook.
Maybe,
No
but
balls.
Chrome is playing just outside because you can't move the target. It's not old Darius pull where they forgot to make sure it pulled to where you started, so you just fountain farmed people. Good times.
Would have loved to see the attempt there, but it probably would have just been a little bit of a step too far.
He would have
Maybe
just gotten
like
hit by
flash
tower.
E engage from the Blitzcrank. Just take it as a 1-for-1 with the wave crashing, but you're in a Cogmore. Like he still kind of does
He gets
Cogmore
revenge.
things, right?
There's a chance he
Yeah.
just successfully revenge kills you. Not just like your Blitz, obviously, who's sacking.
Uh,
He could get the
yeah.
S with his passive and tower. As
And
first
also the
break.
wave as well, which is the whole point. Which
Yeah,
is
you want to
kind of
deny
annoying.
waves. Kog'Maw and Sion really bad at getting waves denied from them. Karthus too, who is like top tier bot laner, as definitely or no Mundo, sorry, definitely not Mundo, secures the worst dragon in the known universe.
Not for him
For the
though.
monkeys. No, he loves
He
it.
kind of
He's
likes
like,
that one.
He's actually like a special champion there, as in he doesn't hate Chemtech Dragon.
Mordecai's also kind of a fan, unironically.
Didn't really kick in there.
Healer shield power. I mean, it didn't change anything there, but healer shield power is a good thing for a Mundo, and a good thing for a Mordekaiser.
True. You could spam your really annoying W spell to heal. more.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Honestly, the Chemtech value in this game kind of high. Bear in mind, we also have a
For-
Nami on the server.
Yeah, that actually would have been nice. Sucks that it's not, as
Okay.
it's going to be the ulti. Baxel just wins this. Shen doesn't actually have an ultimate, but Baxel not willing to flash follow.
Oh.
What are we doing? What are we doing
He has W
here?
though.
Does he have it? The pull into the Metal Storm, and it's going to just be enough damage. I don't know why he didn't flash follow. There's only one direction he can go.
He did flash follow, but like he
Eventually, but why
waited
did he
until he could have escaped.
I
Like
know,
he
that's what
waited for Noodles to get like a glimmer of hope, and then he flash followed and nearly messed it up.
What are we doing? The hook connects. The
There's the
6.
flash. Oh my God.
my god!
Where's the
Are you
ignite, John
kidding?
Cool?
We have the ignite. You gotta just take that kill. You need to put the. I mean, he's already down 20 CS. Put him down more. Don't even let him live. Get 300 gold for your troubles.
If he ignites instantly, the True Shot Barrage actually kills as well.
Yeah,
That
the
may
True
even
Shot
be the
Barrage-
worst factor.
Does kill. He survived on like probably 70 HP or something.
It needed 1 or 2 ticks of the ignite before or after to get the kill in either direction. It
But at
still
that point-
gives a larger CS advantage, but you gotta get that kill.
But at that, yeah, like honestly, yeah, you could let it go for 1 or 2. But at that point, who the hell cares? Just get the kill. The hardest CC is death.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good. Pretty good CC.
And it's
when they,
early. He's only going to be able to get
race
so
ring.
much. He's only going to be able to get so much of the CS because it only does like 200 damage at this phase of the game. Not even probably. I don't remember the scaling of it, but it's not very strong.
Because at best you get like 1, honestly.
Yeah,
Like,
at best you'll get like 1 or
unless
2,
the wave is very pre-chunked, you're not getting much at all.
which it wasn't. It's Kog'Maw free 6. It's not chunked at
Also
all. Like,
true.
John Cool is fearless. The bubble is off. Barolo has the ignite on him this time, and it is sashimi in the bot lane.
Jesus.
As a
That
merge
is
gets on
damage.
the board, and this is why lethal tempo Ezreal is diabolical and evil.
I mean, even like just pure
Shot
chunky power
barrage?
is insane. That landed. Look
Are
at
you
Chrome's health bar,
serious?
that landed.
Again? 2 for 2 on True Shot Barrages, and 2 for 2 for the True Shot Barrage, putting him at no HP and a dream.
And another base force. Bot lane going incredibly well for the Monkeys right now. Top lane also with that solo kill looking pretty stable. Mid lane, I don't blame you lost times. I do for the picking of Vex, but that's where the blame ends. Brand is disgusting,
He's
and now he has
illegal.
Blackfire Torch as well.
Disgusting champion. They'll never nerf him. I don't know why.
I don't mind him as a jungler. The AP squishy junglers feel like if you can
I
get to a
think-
point where they're okay, they're still
Yeah.
countable, right?
The last time we had the double AP jungles, like the AP junglers of, hold on. They're looking for it. The hook connects, and Coop is here, but followed by Nation.
oh,
And they're going
oh.
to actually have to sacrifice a merge as the Stand United was dropped, and this is no teleport on the... Oh, okay, that's lost times. I was about to say, why is Baxel teleporting with this insane power opportunity? Like, and I was like, oh, it's lost times, just teleporting back from spawn to cover, fine.
Yeah, especially
been
when the
very
Shen
angry.
went Ignite as well. Like,
Yeah, I would have been so mad. I was
anytime he
like,
presses ult.
why? Tempo.
anytime he presses ult, it is so free. And Baxel will get a couple of plates as well as a lot of CS denial there from Noodles. Is it worth it for killing the Ezreal? I guess we can debate that one. The Ezreal hasn't
Well, the
actually got
Shen
many
wasn't
kills.
useful. No, actually,
Didn't
it
have any
wasn't.
shutdowns. Like, yeah.
For Noodles, it wasn't worth it because Noodles did absolutely nothing on that play. Like, when he ulted Chrome, he was at half HP still. And if he ulted Nation, he was at full HP. So it was a really butt cheeks ult. Okay, speaking of butt cheeks ulties, that one.
Can still
but-
maybe make the play work unless you're
The
gonna
hook? No, super
hook.
CC chained.
and then why are we spreading this?
Everyone's
Everyone's
has
just-
to reset. Okay, maybe Cooper does it because jungle camps healing is kind of broken, but
he kind of needs to reset in a different sense because he has two
He has
ruby
items.
crystals
Yeah.
and a rejuvenation bead. So
They lose the
maybe
dragon
that's
off of
the
that
reason
one.
for a reset for him. But
They lose the
it
Drake.
looks like he's holding out. Yeah,
Well, he has to because he has to get something.
that's crazy. Just such a
Guys, stop spreading
uncoordinated
Ligma.
attack on the brand.
Don't spread Ligma.
They literally they're still close enough to each other to get the brand to spread, and like also too far apart to actually do anything to the brand.
Well, if Lost Times hits the ulti, it's a different conversation.
Very true.
Unfortunate.
Free CC
Or-
for Blitzcrank hook.
Or if John
Ooh,
Cool
nice.
just full sends it, honestly. He's
Yeah.
a little reluctant to play it out. Maybe want to get a little closer to ensure just full send.
You gotta throw the hook out before you get stunned there as the
Death Realm this early. Cooper's up here ready for the fight, but Noodles just
Let me
gonna
at
skip
him.
over this wall, has the flash, gets
Ooh.
pulled still, but no flash follow from Baxel. As Cooper popped Ghost for this.
Yeah, I mean, flash on your flash on the top lane for Ghost on the jungler. It's not a bad exchange
It's
for a
Mundo, though,
monkey's
so
point
it-
of view, but
I
it's
see.
also the
Oh.
time that Mundo spends up there, right? It's again
That's what actually
Cooper not
matters.
being on the rift, and it's again him not even
he's
like
getting
basing
baited.
either.
But wait,
Yeah,
did
exactly.
they spot out? They haven't spotted out Nation yet.
They're looking.
Nation's
They
just
found it
leaving.
now.
Yeah, they just found him, but Nation in stealth currently. And
It's very spotted
they're
now.
trying to find him. Oh no! Into the old, over the wall. You just dragged the Vex into your team. She has a longer recast time. Barolo just getting out of there in
Oh my
time as Noodles
God, that
getting
damage.
so chunked. ISO damage is crazy. Oh, that was so well played by Emerge, but just not going to be enough. Baxel jumping in. That's why his flash to proxy. The Ignite is burned, but it's not really going to get any value here. He has, I don't know why I lost times out of that.
I think my glass is cleaning. I can't have seen what just happened correctly.
What?
Like the Viego pulling
The Vex
uh,
into his team, yes.
the Vex into the Nami,
Forcing his
and
own
then
supports
the
flash.
Mordekaiser burning flash and getting nothing from it, even though the solo kill was very there. If he just
Well,
walks up and autos twice.
He didn't have Q. He used Q to get there already, probably. That's my best guess. And he
That
didn't
was odd.
want to tempt it.
But like at that point, if it's really that bad, wait another wave. If he bases and TPs, then like
Who cares? He
Hit the
can. Oh,
turret.
now he can. He can. That's true. He has it now.
I feel like there was many
better way to
ways
play it out.
to do that. I also think that maybe it's like a bit harsh, but the way he positioned the Mordekaiser role, and it's difficult to properly position it. But the fact that Noodle's able to get to the wall, that then allows him to flash over when you can't flash chase yourself,
Well, you can't,
especially
you
with the
did it.
Mundo there. Like,
Did not want
fair.
to.
But like the Mundo can't flash chase because he has no flash,
yeah.
right? It feels a little bit awkward if you can find a way to. Bear in mind, the circle follows whichever direction you were looking when you ulted. If you're able to like move around a little bit, you can look at a very different play there with Noodles potentially dropping with very little recourse. Instead, able to kind of hold on in the top lane, even though holding on is a relative term to a Mordekaiser who has first item plus a blasting wand, and you are waiting for your Titanic Hydra still.
And Lost Times dodges away from the Pillar of Flame, so... Oh,
Good flash.
nice flash there from Derizen. Is going to be super stacking this ulti. The flash away from Lost Times. Maybe too little, too late here.
This Q.
Dodges away from the Q. The ult is there, but it's just not enough. Does pull the Shen. Interestingly.
Does after the damage was taken.
Doesn't even reset. Is actually going to have to just straight teleport back. As that para teleport, that might be one of the worst set of teleports I've ever seen in League of Legends. And we saw a Hashinshin to start the play. Like, literally the second death of playoffs was a Hashinshin. And I think that play is about on par with the other one.
Oh, that is such a depressing Shen maneuver. Oh,
Ooh,
that flash was
don't
close.
Flash that way. Do not flash that direction, guys.
I mean, it's
Just-
difficult. When, you flash to react to the Blitzcrank's flash as opposed to flashing his
Yeah.
hook. So you just kind of flash for distance at that point. He was safe because of the distance, but it didn't look all too
Just
safe.
because- I always follow the rule of just because it's closer to your tower does not make it a safe flash.
If you just flash for distance, then like flash directly away from the Blitzcrank. So we may be
Yes.
fighting around the Rift Herald.
Ooh, Nation gets pulled into the Death Realm here. Chrome alone has to do so much damage, and Coop has actually got the burn on him, as Baxel can't do anything in the Death Realm so far, and the Monkey's lead is up in smoke. The chase down continues. Nation gonna get pulled here. Can't even get out with the Heartbreaker. Has his skull broken instead. Emerge 2-1-1 now on the Ezreal.
I think our players might be getting a bit tired. Wait,
Yeah, this is the late time to start a best of 5.
it is a very late time to start a best of 5, and it feels like player performance is adjusting
Blame Chrome.
accordingly.
Blame Chrome.
Like that was, yeah,
this is
absolutely.
Chrome's fault.
That was just a multitude of errors, and I don't know how many times I've said this series, but yet again, Monkey start a fight where they're down in numbers. This time, it's their Vex who's not there. Lost times was not going to get there when they wanted to start the fight, and yet they just start the fight anyway and hope. That was a hope and pray start to a fight, and I don't really know why. Monkeys are in a great position before that. They're still in a good position now. They're still up 1,500 gold, but it could be more. They're making plays where it feels like they're desperate when they're already ahead. These are plays that you make when you're now like 3,000-4,000 gold. Like, okay, we need to get something to work. We have to try anything. Instead of doing it when they're ahead, and I don't really get it.
I don't get it either. Baxel going to get a nice, successful split push up on this top side. I guess it's not really a split push when no one's really doing anything. It's just a top
They
lane
could
moment.
be doing something. The Drake is there.
They are doing Herald. Okay, so it is like they're trading Drake for Herald because it is going to be late Drake, like a somewhat late Drake soul because they split the first two. It's not crazy important to get the third one. Decrease prio, especially because they got the first one, so it's like super decreased prio.
It is Hex Tech though.
It is Hex Tech, so it's
Hex
nice to
Soul.
get it stacking, but one stack is not the end of the world.
True.
Especially when you're
But being
playing
5 minutes close to a Hex Tech Soul, that's quite
Yeah.
nice.
But you are playing this kind of late-ish game comp. So you are fine with letting the game run long.
You have to be careful with that again though. Like
That is Kog'Maw. You do have to remember.
it's Kog'Maw and it's Viego, right?
There's also
These
more
are
time
champions
to
to
make-
play very well late.
There's also more time to screw up, as we've seen from these teams. More time to make mistakes is the last thing these teams want. It's like an EU mid game.
Yeah.
It's like LEC
Not even
mid
gonna argue
game.
that.
Kinda, they don't really know what to do. They kind of try to make
We've
plays.
combined
and then they-
LCS early game with LEC mid game.
I think we just created the worst team of all time. I think legitimately that might be the worst region
Oh.
ever. As the hook is so nice onto Barolo, already forcing out the tidal wave. John Cool getting shot at the tower, dies though, so he does survive. Stand United onto Derisen as Baxel in too far forwards. And Nation gonna be able to pick up this one. The True Shot Barrage only gonna be used for poke damage. It's a double already for Nation, running forwards with the Heartbreaker, wants to find a merge. Nice hook again from Jean Cool. And Lost Time's gonna pick up this one. And the overchase, you feel, I get that feeling. I don't play Viego, but I've seen so many people who play Viego, and it's just like, you have to feel
Oh, I got 2 resets.
invincible.
I'll get another one.
I got the
Oh, I
reset.
died.
I have ult, and it's like I ulted into a Mundo. I feel invincible, and then you get absolutely slapped in your own arrogance, and it's like, damn.
Yeah. That could have gone better for Nation
But
at
for
the end.
those-
It feels like
for those
that's
5 seconds,
twice
felt
now
cool.
we've had like a slight negative like taste. A bitter taste after a very sweet play come through from Conduit. But
They just stop
it's
chasing.
still a good play.
If
It
Nation
is still a
just
good play,
does it
though.
full send.
Yeah.
I get
It's a
it.
good play that they made okay when they could have just had a good play. Now it's an okay play.
Dude, I get that feeling. You feel awesome. You're like, this is the coolest thing ever. It's like hitting a Q on Lee Sin. You have to take it. Lee Syndrome takes over your brain.
Mhm.
Sometimes you just gotta be like, all right, that's it. As ooh,
What about
nice
becoming a really
flash.
fast Mordekaiser?
Pull away is nice as well, but he's gonna pull Noodles in here, actually. The lesser of the 2 damages, but he does not have the sustain to do it on the other side of the map. They're gonna successfully cross-map this, get Derisen off the Rift. And, I mean, Nation does get another kill, though.
I
With the
was
Vex.
like surprised in how much damage Maxwell still had. He
Oh,
actually
he
got
has
that Shen
Riftmaker.
very low.
He has Riftmaker. He has so much damage.
That's true.
Oh.
He does. Like the 2 item spike on Mordekaiser is humongous. But I'm also surprised that Darius is that far up. Like he has to know that he's weak side there. Nation is ganking top lane. Nation is ganking top lane. My jungler is on the other side of the map. I am not walking up to this wave. I am catching it where it's safe. Does not
Especially
follow
as Brand,
those
like,
prime objectives. He's so squishy.
Brand, you're squishy, but you have insane wave
So
clear.
mobile.
You literally have both of us complaining about how insane your wave clear and poke tools are.
And yet he walks up and dies 1v3 because he's playing weak side.
Yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But he does
Gotta know
it,
when you're weak
and-
side. Again, it's making like that was a good play on top side, right? Good gank from Nation. They get the ult out of Baxel. Noodle survives. It's a good play on top side. They get the kill. It doesn't cost them anything beyond the Viego flash to get the engage. But it turns that good play into a play that might not even be called okay. It's probably just like it's a nothing play. The gold lead stays exactly as it was.
This is not optimal.
This is odd.
As we are... Sometimes these game states happen, and you're just like, how is Nation at the enemy tower? Huge true
How did we just
there.
decide to switch sides of the rift?
Dude, it's like the Huan Feng ulti. You're just playing you're playing like you're on red side, you know? Just happens accidentally. You just walk into the enemy base or under the enemy towers, and you're like, oh, I live here now. This is my space. Whoa. I wasn't ready for that.
That's a long time ago throwback.
I was not ready for that. Was unintentional. But it just hit me, and I was like, oh, dang.
So Nudus has ult here, but this is still kind of 4v5 if you're not careful.
Take this
Early.
Dan United just popped already. That is diabolical from.
I think he actually has TP as well. It's like it's been about 7 minutes since he previously used it. It was about the 40-minute marker. So he should have had TP back if he just wanted to TP into this play. Sid ults in, doesn't have that shield now.
For it. They are missing a gigantic shield. Is
Axel?
Baxel going to take Nation?
Not your
Can they
Drake.
Get this fast enough as Derizen gets pulled. Is he going to be able to ulti at least? He does get the ulti off. He's going to fall. Lost times in exchange, though. Baxel still fighting. They didn't take the dragon. They forgot to take the dragon. It's
Stole
all
the
on
Viego to
Baxel.
take the dragon, and they didn't take the dragon.
As Noodle's gonna get the ignite, gonna secure the kill. It's an ace somehow for Conduit, as it is a masterful disaster from the monkeys at the Dragon Pit.
How often throughout the season have we commended the monkeys for their great team fighting?
Oh my god, that is...
And where has that gone today?
They're just...
Is it the fact that we're not playing on a weekend? Like,
I guess? I don't know. It
can
is
they
an
only
off
team
day
fight on
for
a
these
weekend?
teams.
What is going on?
It's technically an off day for these teams. As you mentioned, it could be some of that sleepiness kicking in. It is now at the as late as 11 o'clock in NA, as early as 8, so time could be playing a factor here. The shot calling not great so far in these last 3 games for Monkeys.
It's like, this is so
They had it.
vastly different to what we've come to expect from them. I'm surprised. There's not many other
Brand.
words. Like,
You can't kill him.
I feel like they should be able to kill him.
They didn't. That's the thing.
But they
almost
didn't.
got him.
That's
They almost got
exactly,
him
like-
before his ult went off, but they didn't get him before his ult went off. So he got a ton of damage down into everyone for free. Doesn't matter that he died. He got everything he wanted. He said, "I pressed ult. Cool, my job's done."
But like, the ethos of the fight is so odd as well, right? Like to be the pre-fight was great. I loved how they set up for that. They just death borders 5, guaranteed mid prio, and said we are getting mid prio. We are pushing through mid. We are getting the space. We are going for this Drake. And then when they went down to the Drake, they were so confused to how they're actually going to interact with it. Are we going to focus the Drake? Baxel seemed to think so. He stole Nation so early on into that fight. He eventually got the kill on the Viego, but by that time, the rest had happened in the 4v4. And as you said, like, there hasn't got so much value, even as a very dead-looking Brand, as he tried to TP away from a Blitzcrank. Please hook him. Okay, that works too.
I guess wanted to say, why are we committing that much?
What's wrong with hooking?
I don't know. I understand.
I feel like you don't need to flash into
He
ult.
can't touch.
If
could
you can
flash hook, you could either, if you weren't in range, you could flash hook him, but you don't need to flash ult him. they successfully
I feel like
cleared
if you're
away
in
the-
flash ult range, then you're in hook range. Am I
Yeah, if
crazy?
you're in flash ult range, you probably are either in just regular ass
Baxel?
hook range or flash hook range. The good news is he knows.
That's a blast cone.
Nation knows
you
he
used the
can't
blast
beat him.
cone.
But blast cone doesn't go off. Just use it.
He tried to hex gate out instead of blast
Just use the
coding.
blast cone. I guess Baxel's there to cut you off, but there's such a high chance that they don't even chase you down.
I mean, if worst case scenario, you just gotta flash a later wall and flash a later wall.
Yeah. Or Baxel just kills Barolo like happened anyway, so not the end of the world here.
Noodles?
Noodles teleporting into a potential Baron play. Nation's back on the map.
Yeah, this is actually really dangerous for the monkeys. They don't want to
This
go
took
full
too
commit
long.
to this.
They took too good. Okay, they
Oh my god, Noodles.
Noodles playing a dangerous game as he will get everything down, and now Nation
This is 45.
as Baxel getting absolutely slapped around in the Death Realm. And Nation going to be able to go forwards, way too far forwards, dies even with the stand united.
Nice.
So much damage coming out from this 3-item Ezreal as Noodles is fishing for it. He wants it. The taunt
I can't land
not
the taunt.
going to connect. He needs to run for his life as there's the ult and boom goes the dynamite. And Barolo tagged again. The ult, they read it like
mistiming.
a book. You gotta wait for it to reactivate. They will secure the kill onto lost times, but the Risen will drop for it. They get the mid-tier 2.
Crowler just split pushing mid.
Split push, yeah, my favorite split, mid. And they're not even gonna turn to answer him. I mean, they don't really have the wave to finish
And then the wave's
this.
coming eventually. This is just... Oh, they
Eventually.
tried to hook Barolo into the pit. That was close from Jean Cool this time. The Baron is going to take
so
years. Nation's going to
slow.
get back.
Nation's back up. Teleport
Okay,
coming
Baxel
in
CPing.
from Baxel. He's gonna just say, go away.
That
And
might
they
be
saw
enough.
this. They saw this teleport coming in. They know Nation's not getting into this pit. They definitely cannot stall long enough. Why was that a 900 damage smite, even if you knew Nation wasn't coming?
I'd rather just use the smite, honestly.
Yeah, that's
20
what I'm
seconds from
saying.
Drake, though. Is Cooper even going to have smite back? That's going up slowly. Is he going to have smite for this Drake?
He'll have it through the siege at least, because even with Conduit having pretty fast dragon, he should be able to get it. Like, it's back up in...
You can't
I
let
think,
Conduit have
10?
this Drake. That's Hextech Soul.
Yeah, no, Soul on Cogma, diabolical. You can't let this. Stop farming the goddamn chickens.
But Cooper doesn't have smite.
They're stalling
have to
them
stall.
out. They are stalling success. They can't start it. Why are they starting it?
Does he have a
They don't-
second smite that we just can't see?
No, we would see it. It would still be filled in. As Stand United is popped, they're going to try and turn this. As Baxel jumps in onto Derisen, of all people. He's doing a decent enough fight. And now Lost Times going in on Chrome alone. Derisen going to
Okay.
drop here. But on the back end of the fight, Nation
Emerges
still
safe, though.
unleashed. He goes for the Heartbreaker. He's not going to find the kill. And they successfully stall somehow and keep the Drake Soul off the table and get 3 kills for their troubles.
And Cooper gets a smite just in time. As soon as the Viego is dead,
Got
as
it.
soon as the Shen
He knew. He
has
knew.
finally hit the ground, his smite comes back as well.
He said it's
And
45
that will be
seconds. I
Soul
know.
Denial.
He said 45 seconds? No problem.
That was very dangerous from the monkeys, but they pull through. They go 1 for 3. Just Joncool, who dies in the exchange. And they've kind of re-established the position they were in, right? Up about 2k gold. Turret's still there to be taken as well. Plenty of time left on this Baron to set the waves up about a minute or so. At this point in the monkeys, you have to make sure you're using this time effectively. There's enough time, but it's not loads of time. You have to be getting something extra out of this Baron while it's still here.
Now, we've seen this before. We've seen this game state before.
It was worse than this
And-
in game 2, that's what you're alluding to.
It was even worse. The game, I mean, it was a bigger gold lead than this, and Conduit, they don't have the tools to do it this game. They don't have a Yorick or a Fior to split push their heads in, or even a Mundo to do it. But the monkeys got complacent, they got lazy with their macro, and Noodles was more than happy to super punish them for it, to the point where they're now down in the series. They cannot afford to have another slip up like that, or else it's not just a game, it's the entire season going up in smoke.
But positives for monkeys is that they did what they needed to do there. They did get something extra from the Baron, and I think from like a mentality point of view, they can't be thinking about what they have to lose right now. They have to keep on focusing on what they have to do to win this game in particular. I think as soon as you focus on what could happen if you lose, then like you've already lost the mental game, right?
Well, it's
you
easy to
have
think
to be
about it, at
focusing.
least. Season's over. That's easy.
Also true, but like is the implications of losing and
Yeah.
everything like that. It's like you cannot even like have that as a thought in your mind. You cannot entertain it. You have to be singularly focused on what it takes to get from where you are now to the point where you win BOL Prem.
They can
And
dive this.
I think
Yeah.
putting the pressure on the bot tier 2 like this is a good way to carry on.
I mean, a 4-1 split that they're completely unpunished on. Even with Derision clearing the wave, they have more than enough damage to tear through this. And the tier 2 and top lane not quite yet traded. Lost Times can't really do anything to stall it, but he is there.
An even exchange then. Bot tier 2 for a top tier 2. Just one of those outer turrets left a piece now on the Rift. Roguelin also getting the mid push for the time being, but won't really translate to anything in the long term. We're going to have effectively like a 2-minute pause now, right? This is the time of the game where we are in between objectives. Baron and Drake spawning at the same time. Item completions can be very important. If we talk about, say, Nasia, for example, 3.5, can he get to 4? That's important during this effective pause timer. But beyond that, it's very macro dependent, and setting up vision especially, and enabling your supports to get the safety to do so.
This is a 5-item Ezreal now. We are past the cosmetic item. We are past like the auxiliary item. We're past the cosmetic item. We are on to almost 6 items, while Cosmos still finishing his 4th.
Yeah, we've moved on to the I'm pretty strong item, I think is what that one's called. When you hit 5.
You could go whatever. It's free. You're Ezreal. You kind of have free reign. Could be a GA.
Yeah, I think GA would be a solid choice.
I think it's the best option.
Luxury items, it's kind of what's actually missing from his build in some regards. Hasn't got the utility you seem to get.
He's Ezreal. All of these are
yeah,
core.
very true. Interesting to see the setup here from the Monkeys, focusing a lot more on the bot side. Conduit, we can see their vision was set up while they had a small little window on the map. They set up to actually get a little bit on the top side. Interesting decision. I think playing for this soul may make more sense.
Conduit could say, who the hell cares about soul? That's going to be like 38 to 40 minutes. We could just
still
get Baron.
Soul.
It is, but we can also just...
That's...
Uh-oh. That was supposed to go over the wall.
Flash ult.
That was an interesting
Nasia was
play.
scared.
He is terrified of getting caught out here, and he's just put himself in the ultimate catch-up position. They might not even be able to safely Baron if Monkeys don't hard commit onto Dragon.
I feel like you can all lead the Vex, lead the Vex. Let the Vex do this, go. She has TP. You gotta go.
Need to go.
You gotta cross. That Brand is gonna melt this thing.
They have Kog'Maw, Brand, and Viego. They have so much damage. Going down onto the Baron.
It's too late.
It's already down. They need to ulti now. They're not going to get it. And the exact play that should be expected. Conduit say, screw Soul. That's going to be in 5 minutes from now. We can get Baron and break this game open.
They just traded. Like, Monkeys just traded objectives without knowing they were trading objectives.
They should have known.
Conduit knew that they were trading objectives there. Monkeys, it felt like, were just not respecting the ability for Conduit to just go trade. It didn't feel like they were ready for that type of just straight up, okay, we're gonna trade.
I don't know why you would ever think Conduit would commit. Third Drake is not that relevant. Like sixth dragon is kind of the ultimate, if we don't need to fight it, we're not gonna fight it situation. Same thing with fifth dragon if you're up 3-1. If you don't need a fight for soul, and you think that Baron would be more useful for your game, just ignore the soul, because you know that the other team's going to stack it to prevent it. So, what's the point of committing when we could just get guaranteed value?
I guess at this point we are guaranteed maybe a different type of Game 7 to what we were thinking about before, with our 7 Drake Soul spawning in 4 minutes time. The other thing this does, it does really delay the overall game, right? When they don't take a fight like this, we also get a pause, which also delays the game.
That is.
But
Tough.
This is the proper heart tester. This is the one that is going to test the physical endurance of these teams much more than, or in some ways, like their mental endurance. Like, how well can you respond to this level of pressure where you can just feel it building, and it's going to keep on building until this next fight, where the season could potentially be decided, and you don't want to be the one guy that screwed it up.
Like, this is the ultimate gut check, as Emerge once again DCing, and I mean, I see the timer on the stream call. We're coming up on the 4th complete hour of this. This is a marathon relative to what these teams have been playing. I mean, Conduit have gone to 4 games every series. The Monkeys have gone to 1 4-game series because they've only played 1 best-of-5, but they're going to need to go the distance if they want to have this. They need to not just keep up their like mental fortitude for this game. They need to keep their mentals in check for a game that they haven't even played since last year.
Yeah. So then, during this pause, we have ourselves an undefined amount of time. What do you want to like hard focus on while we have this little window?
I really think that I don't know. We can focus on whatever, but I feel like this game has been won and lost simultaneously by Nation for Conduit. Like, they've won so many fights because Nation either existed or because Nation did something. Like, Nation's 2 engages to get him 2 double kills. Incredible. Him running into the enemy team after that kind of offset the tempo gain. Meanwhile, Nation existing got them a huge fight win just because Baxel was so pressured to get him out of, like, his only goal in these fights is get Nation out of objective fights. And so he does that, and it's won them a good amount because he can efficiently, like, before it wasn't even he can efficiently 1v1 Baxel, but now it's like he wins these fights half of the time. So he's fully capable of just wasting this time. So it's like Nation has been not the crutch, but like at the crux of this game for both sides. Good and bad.
Do you think Baxel's permanently switched targets now? Because we saw him go for Derision in the previous fight.
Maybe, like, Derision or Chrome are just the correct targets. I think Derision's better because he can actually kill him. Like, Chrome might just...
Well, I also think that Derision gets way too much value if he's not in the Mordekaiser role.
Like, it's so much easier for him to tank 3 of the bounces and just suck up the passive than it is for his entire team to get bounced to, and if one of them gets hit by another spell, the whole team is just chunked for half their HP. But also, like, I mean, Chrome has not been, like, the X factor this game. It's really been, like, Nation and Derision being the key team fighters for the team. Chrome has been nice to have, obviously. It's a 3-item cogball. But I don't think he's been enough of a threat for Baxel to put his priority on him, which is not something.
Also, a 0 death cogball.
Yeah,
I'll point that out.
That's not something
I feel like we
haven't
had many players get 0 deaths throughout the whole BOL prep.
I think he's playing a little too safe, which I respect, but it's like, you're a hyper carry. You should be playing a little more aggressive.
Maybe he will once he gets his next item. Building towards the Jack shows gives him that tankiness, gives him the ability to maybe frontline a little bit more than before, as Monkeys are trying their best to wave clear as far out as possible, but it's still quite difficult. These kind of minions are eventually going to take away that mid-tier 3. The inhib seems potentially a stretch too far, but they're also now getting the bot tier 2 off this Baron play. It's likely to stall out the game a little bit longer. It's unlikely to be able to finish it unless Derision goes crazy.
Caught out Emerge. Nice locket to keep him alive. The bounce isn't there. He flashes the Pillar of Flame to survive the passive and the burn.
Does he survive?
Are going to take him out. That is insane. What a find by Derision. And right after I say, like, he's been one of the core fighters for this team, one of the X factors in this game, he steps up huge and takes out the main focus.
Are they looking to end?
I mean, they could possibly. The wave is there. They can't really push the throttle up much. They have to let the minions do the work for the time being. Derision again stepping up huge in this game, as Baxel going to just ult Noodles.
He doesn't take damage anymore.
Useful. Noodles is so tanky with a Titanic and a Kanek. He's just like 4,000 HP, man, with a lot of MR. It's so hard for Baxel to get through him. I mean, look at that. He needs his Riftmaker so badly. As Chrome's starting to tear down these towers. But Conduit lose the Baron buff. They get so much value. John Cool again, full sending with the Hex Flash. As they find Barolo, is that really... I mean, something at this point is better than nothing. And they will get that kill onto Cooper. If they can find another one, maybe. They do have another ult to just throw at the wave. Yeah, that's about all they're going to be able to get. It's a revenge kill, but it's not much.
But it's also the vision player. Barolo is the support. Now how are Conduit going to set up their vision for this Drake? The Drake's spawning in a minute. He's not going to have much time at all.
They're going to have to walk into the vision control that Monkey should be setting up with a minute till
He
Dragon.
is. John Cool's doing it now.
John Cool doing his job. Should be basing for more wards, honestly, with these Hex Gates up.
Can do. He's got a couple more wards to play still. He might try and get one like topside brush just in case.
Just in case they... I mean, they can't ignore this, though. Hex Soul as a Cogmaw comp, with, like, Cogmaw Viego, they can't. John Cool's, I mean, can maybe get a late reset because, well, not to get to the enemy jungle. He's not going to be able to get back there.
He's got a couple of wards. They're going to get swept out by Nation, though. I mean,
they didn't hold it. They gave up vision control because they answered the Shen way too aggressively.
Like, one person is all that's required to answer this Shen right now.
Especially with the Vex.
Both your solo laners have TP. I mean, if you're saying your Mordekai's can't do it, then just let the Vex wave clear. It doesn't really matter.
You both have great wave clear, yeah. You don't need to fight the Shen.
You do need to catch bot wave at some point. I think Emerge may be the one sent down to do that, unless he walks up to mid. I mean, that's a dangerous wave.
That is a teleport. That's a Shen teleports to this wave.
There's two supers in that wave.
There's two supers and two champs with pretty solid wave clear that could just end this game.
They're ignoring Soul.
I mean, they can, because Conduit have so much so much pressure. They have.
So Bax will push out top pretty far, but this is now so dangerous mid and bot.
Monkeys have to respect the fact that Conduit could just run into the base and try and end the game. As the Vex ult going to Solar wide,
Cooper
flashed away from Cooper.
Oh, lost.
Running at Nation. Nation in the ult now. Death Realm, not even a problem. John Cool drops already. And they're looking for Barolo. They're gonna get him, but the base is getting focused down now. As Cooper trying to run at them, Nation has the Nexus exposed. They get him. Chrome alone trying to save it. He's pulling it back finally.
Hit the Nexus, not the
yeah, just clutch moment. Hit the Nexus. Stop it. As Noodles has been a hero these playoffs, filling in top lane. He's going to be the hero of the series, and Conduit in a hectic base siege are going to take Game 4. They're going to take BOL Premier Season 3 from the favored literal monkeys. The Miracle lower bracket run is complete.
What a series.
What a finish.
What an amazing performance throughout these past couple of weeks by Conduit, getting pushed into the lower bracket before playoffs even began in one of the harshest possible manners, and then using it to fuel their progression and making it honestly look like one of the easier lower bracket runs we've ever seen when they had to play against the top 4 seeds from the regular season. It's not like they had to play against some of them. They had to play against all 4.
Back to back.
Every single top 4 seed they played against in consecutive best of 5 series, and they come out on top in every single one. If that isn't proof that they deserve this win, I don't know what possibly could be.
That is... I mean, there's no better way to put it. I mean, everyone always says, you can always say shoulda, woulda, coulda, or if we faced this team instead of this team, we would have won, but you got to beat them eventually. It's what we told... I mean, that's what we said about Final Boss when they beat Elysium. It's what we said about Conduit about every single week. You got to beat them eventually. It does not matter. The best teams will play the best teams and win regardless of the circumstances. And I mean, Conduit. Yeah, you said it. All top 4 seeds back to back to back to back. There's no better case to say that they earned this title. And they played so well for strat. Like, it's not perfect. I don't think any team ever plays perfect. But, like, Game 3 and the back half of Game 4, I can say they were, like, objectively the better team. Or they just played macro better. Like, Noodles played macro so well in that second game. It didn't really matter that they didn't play as well in that one. they got the win because they made the right call at the right time.
And Monkeys now left in a bit of a tailspin of their own from such a comfortable position a couple hours ago. It felt like they were set to go 2-0 up with very little pressure from Conduit. Now find themselves in this kind of position, and you can only imagine the main feeling right now is just an emptiness. Like, they had it. They had a humongous advantage in this series. They won the first game with a kill score of 21-2. Do I need to remind you guys of that?
There were two.
Nation had under 100 damage per minute.
There were 4 takedowns on the side of Conduit. It was like 70 damage per minute for Nation, and yeah, what a turnaround.
It's such a stark contrast from that performance from Conduit in game 1 to what we got to see in the final couple. It feels like they really worked their way into this best of 5. They took their time to adjust to yet another team. They've had, I guess, quite a few adjustments to make throughout this playoff run, but they made them every single time. And honestly, you now look back at this run, and how close, how different is this as a BOL Prem playoff run if the Spire win that game 5? How different is everything?
That
Because
is unimaginable. That is such a crazy thing. Like, we probably see Elysium here.
it could be final boss. Like it could
be final boss. It could be Elysium. It could have been the Spire, as unlikely as it sounds. Like, anything could have happened after that.
Even that was a crazy game 5 itself. I think I went 35 minutes. Like it was
chaos.
There's so many question marks, but now we finally have, I guess, some full stops, some end of sentences, and some statements to be made. Conduit are your winners of BOL Prem.
Yeah, no more. Only one more week, or just wait till next week. The Monkeys looked hot. It was to be 2 games away, coming off of not even 2 games away, to be like 2 towers in an inhib away. That they're gonna be kicking
one team fight,
especially for a team that was so favored all season. Like, I remember coming into the season after they dropped their first game, people were like, still Monkeys favored, like odds-on favorite to win it, and they got so damn close.
Yeah. Well, in the end, they couldn't even bring it to a game 5. I mean, that's, I guess, the difference as well. We talked about the tilt factor. I mean, we talked about that tilt factor. It was just maybe a bit too much from the Monkeys. Conduit make it oh so simple, but in the end, I'm kind of going around in circles. I mean, I'm shocked as well. Like the Monkeys were meant to have this. It was written out for them.
Felt so
to just win. The final game of the regular season, when they lose to Elysium, that was a shock, I think, for a lot of people. I didn't see Elysium doing that performance, and then the way they bowed out of Prem is also maybe to be talked about at another time. But that left the road so open for the Monkeys. When they then don't have to worry about the 1 seed, they get dealt with by this team who come through, and yet still Conduit feel like the closest they got was that potential loss in the game 5. Everything else, cleaning the series up in 4 like it's no trouble.
I mean, they just seem to ramp up, and that's just how it is. Sometimes you get hot, and Conduit got beyond hot at the right time, and they rode that heat all the way here to the championship. And with the championship comes championship interviews. So don't go anywhere. We have, I believe it's at least Arisen coming on after this series win. So stick around. We'll be right back to hear from the champ. And we are back for the final time this season as we have the series winning, championship winning mid laner, Derisen, with us. I assume you guys can hear him. Say hi, Derisen.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Thanks for having me on.
Just
Let's
starting this one
go.
off. Oh, let's go. Yes.
Yeah.
Starting this one off. How does it feel? I mean, I don't think Conduit went super deep last season, and then this season didn't look good. Spire was very winnable, got close, and
Yeah.
then Elysium round 2, and it's like, well, these guys look like they had a decent run up to save their playoffs, and now here you are, like 4 weeks later,
I know.
champions.
It's an incredible feeling. I mean, this run started a lot longer than just this season. I mean, it started from the first season of Premier. I was on the squad. We made it to finals and came short, and then made some changes last season. Didn't finish the season out with the team, and it didn't go well. This season, Nation and I got together and decided we were going to hit this hard, and we've been practicing since late November, with pretty much the core of what we started the season on, and had some like pretty brutal last minute roster issues happen right before playoffs started. So firstly, just want to shout out to obviously Conduit, my teammates, but like also the other teams for like understanding that and giving us the grace to play with obviously the same player in Burlo, but giving us ban losses waived. We didn't want that to happen, and we're glad that we could make it this far. It was surprising, but like, God, it feels good. We've been grinding for this for a long, long time. Like a long time, it feels like.
Well, I mean, I you might not find this one too popular. I want to bring you back to game one in this
Oh
series.
Yeah,
no.
no, that's okay.
How how do you guys make it look so easy to come back from that type of a game? Because that was one of the most demoralizing game ones I think I've ever seen in a series. And then beyond that, it didn't look like it phased you guys at all.
It didn't. To be honest, we play every single series for 5 games. That's the mindset going into every playoff match. Like through draft strategy, through pick choice. Like game one, we decided that we're gonna pick some champions that like we know we can operate on, and we should have played that game way, way, way better, and we know we could have. But once it's dropped, it's dropped. It's a quick one, and we're on to the next one. Like we do not care at all. We have more games to play, and we're gonna win no matter what. So like that's what we're here to do. It doesn't matter.
Good. Okay. Just wanted to make sure everything's everything is said. Cool. You
Yeah,
guys have a flair for the dramatic.
yeah, we
Like
like to have a little fun.
Fiore game 2, Noodles just taking the game into his own hands, split pushing for the last like 5 minutes of the game,
Mhm.
and walking through the front door to end it. I mean, of course, the championship siege coming down to
Yeah,
hit the Nexus. I assume. Like
yeah,
what?
yeah, a
What
little
is?
bit.
I mean, you went to 5, of course, against the Spire to kick off your playoff run. What is with this team and dramatic moments that seem to just kind of happen around you guys?
I mean, I think a lot of it comes from the fact that two of our three members like actually joined the team at the start of playoffs, right? So and it's not like they play bad or we play bad with them or anything. It's just the the level of coordination isn't exactly where maybe it could be at this level or like at this late in the season. But we're all great players and we all trust each other. We're all friends and like we're going to keep pushing in that game too, where it's like it feels like there's nothing we can do. I'm on another team with Noodles, and I don't think a lot of people know him enough yet, but like he is kind of that guy that he's not going to be the top laner that just sits quietly and like lets his team lose. Like even if he's 2-9 or whatever, he's going to be screaming about what he can do to end the game. And at that point, we have to listen to him because he's our only shot, right? So we put the ball in his glove and we trust it and we do everything we can to let it happen. And that's how you get there. And I think every single one of us can do that. All five of the players on this team and a lot of our subs too. We all have that gene to like when you're the one in the driver's seat, like we all trust that you can do it and get there.
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. It,
You
it
got
gets a
nothing?
little dramatic sometimes, but
A
It's a
little
lot of
bit. Yeah,
fun.
just a little bit. You got nothing, Rue?
I'm good. My voice is about to go.
That's
Yeah,
very fair.
I appreciate you
Last
guys.
question before shoutouts. When's the run back? Is there a run back?
We will see. I mean, it will have to depend on, I guess the rules and eligibility. I know a lot of this team wants to stay together. I want to keep playing. I unfortunately made the bonehead move to hit D3 this split, so um,
Ooh, say goodbye.
we will see. But I think it might be it for me. But I know a lot of us are talking about trying to find some kind of league that we could all play again together in, because it's this is a fun group to play with. But even if I'm not there, I know the Conduit boys are gonna go all in with somebody just as good as me, I think. So we'll be back, and I think we'll go deep again no matter what.
You heard it here first. Conduit will successfully defend the title. No team has done that yet. Oddly
Yeah,
enough, Elysium tried, but they got smoked last season, and well, TSI didn't make much of a case this season, unfortunately. So that leaves us with any shoutouts you have, just in
yeah.
general.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Conduit overall. Shout out to Genetics for bringing me
Ooh,
into this.
yeah.
Old man Genetics, we miss you and we love you. But especially shout out to Nasian for taking the helm and leading this. And then all of my teammates, Chrome, Barolo, Noodles, Ivar, Soez, Paige, Efron especially. And even though you left, but we still love you. And then especially above all, shout out to Nick for coming in, Nick Nightmare coming in and saving the day against what I thought was the strongest team in this league, Elysium, when I was gone, and coming and saving the day. So um, and Soup Komarobi on our roster, but shout out to all of them and all the Conduit fans and our supporters, and to you guys, Prod and casters, BOL in general. Like I like Premiere a lot. This league means a lot to me. I think it's a lot of fun. So um, I appreciate you guys taking the time every week to stream these games because it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
And of course, the most important shout out goes to you guys watching, whoever that may be. Thank you guys for tuning in every single week. Thank you, Conduit and Monkeys, for an at least entertaining game.
Oh, one
Those
more
have
shout
been.
out. I'm
Oh,
so sorry. Forgot about the most important actually. Coach Shy. Coach Shy. He
Shy.
drafted for us all year, and honestly, I talk to him all the time, so I forgot to say anything about him. But we don't do this without him. He fixes all of our problems with draft and just tells us how to win. So he's actually the true goat for this season.
I shouted him out early in the stream
Yep.
for Orn itemization. But again, shout out to everyone watching. Thank you guys for sticking along with us, even on our rescheduled Wednesday start time and pushing the pushing BOL. I don't know which league it is, and I feel stupid for that. But off of stream
Platinum?
one, I feel stupid. I don't know. I don't know all the days. BOL Plat.
Was
Sorry,
platinum?
BOL Plat. And shout out to Loki's sleep schedule because this reschedule is diabolical. But that is it for the season. Conduit finally get it done after 3 years or 3 seasons. I don't think they're exactly years. Who cares? In BOL Premier. Thank you to the teams for playing. Thank you to Prod for putting up with me. And from me, Loki, Rue, and Derizen, we will see you next season in BOL Premier.